Yo, what's up, gang? I'm still settling into the new YouTube layout. It's not new, it's the same layout, but it's new to me because I'm always on Twitch. Yo, what's up, everybody? How are y'all doing today? Can you guys just confirm for me real quick that we're actually live? Because last time I ended up yapping to myself for like 20 minutes or something like that because I forgot how to stream on YouTube. So if you guys can just let me know if we're live, just let me know. Hi, Sonichu. Yo, what's up? What's up, fellow Sonichu enjoyer? Yo, chat, press 1 if you like Sonichu. See you in your Google Slides. Perfect. That's all you gotta see. That's awesome. All right, so we're back again, once again today, with every deck that has been played in Moonrise so far. And here's the fun part. I did not stream the every deck for the Poison Nectar. I was going to, and then I got very busy. I had kind of a crazy week, and it just didn't happen. So this is actually kind of a 2-for-1 special, but because we're a little bit behind the Poison Nectar, I'm gonna try and zoom through it pretty fast, because we don't care anymore. Like, we don't care. It's kind of over with. But I think it will be interesting as a 2-for-1 analysis special that we can go over the Poison Nectar and see in the first couple of weeks how people, without having one of these streams, adapted to the early meta of the Moonrise metagame. So let's hop into that. But before we do, I need a very special request. I need you guys, number 1, to like the stream if you have not already done so. It really does help us out a lot and helps us push the stream out to more people who want to see it, because I just click the funny go live button and then we anger Mr. the Law YGO at the Law YGO, because we don't schedule the streams like 2 hours in advance. We don't do that. I just click the funny go live button when I'm done doing my chores. So press the like button, drop a comment if you love us, remember to subscribe to the channel if you love us even more, and consider becoming a member on the channel, because where did I go? Wait, what? Hold, please. All right, technical difficulties right away. Hold on. Where did I go? What? Oh, okay. Okay, I figured it out. Because we have emotes on this channel. We have 2 amazing emotes. We have Barabong. So if you have Barabong, you can post Barabong. But we also have whale arrow question mark in rules format. So consider becoming a member on the Caster's Corner channel so that you too can use the funny emotes that we made live on stream together that one time and then sent to Daniel A. Drive's DMs to troll. So consider becoming a member because please, I'm literally going broke. Like I need to pay rent. And they promised me that if I did enough of these streams that they would pay me. So please consider becoming a member. Thank you. So let's hop into this. We're gonna kind of zoom through the P&M and then move on to the other one. Is this black bar supposed to be here? Is that right? YOLO. All right, so P&M had 35 players, pretty small tournament. It was 8 Lunar, 6 Blizz Tricks, 3 Solar, 3 Water Reanimator, 2 5s, 2 Centaur, 2 Joblin, 2 Penta, 2 Thunder, 1 Bug Box, 1 Fire and Nexus, 1 more Frost. This is foreshadowing. 1 Volt Tempest. Lunar, as we just saw with the big tournament, Lunar was a very dominant force. So let's take a look at the Lunar decks. And if you haven't been in one of these streams before, just to remind you guys of how it works, because I know it's been a little bit since we've done one of these. Just a little bit since we've done one of these. We're gonna go through all the Swiss deck lists first, and then at the end we save all the top cut ones. So if there's only 5 here, that's because they topped. So 33rd place. Wait, how many players were there? 35. Almost last place, not last place. We have 03 dropped Lunar aggro. It's got 3 Rabbit, 3 Fawnlet, 3 Comalis, a what's it called? A Lycavoid, a Ferrogeist, a Porky Wraith, 2 Pulveror, 2 Spectrus, 3 Werepup, Earthquake. I can never tell what any of the Lunar cards are. This is gonna be really hard actually from the pictures. I think those are full moons. 2 Artemis, 3 Temple. We got 8 back row. Surprisingly, they chose to play 2 Gorgon's Gaze. I'm going to interpret this as I do not have a 3rd Gorgon's Gaze, because if you have 3 Gorgon's Gaze and you choose to play 2, you are very, very silly. And then, so 10 back row, 3 Ambro, no Laurels, kind of interesting. A hell of a lot of Lunar in their Spirit deck. 2 Thunder, 2 Earth, and a Solar. So right off the bat, what do I see about this deck list? I see a lot more Lunar cards in here than they need. And I do not see the best Lunar card in here. I do not see Nobby. So that is already probably bad. Probably explains a lot. But a big thing that I will point out right away is I see some bait cards that I would expect to become a recurring trend over Lunar deck list. Bait card number 1, Artemis. That card sucks. Don't play it. And by extension, Fawnlet, searching Artemis, very bad. Don't do that. I see Pulveror. Pulveror, decent card. However, Pulveror has no text on it. It's one of the few completely vanilla Alestrals because all it says is you can ascend it from your hand by disenchanting from your field. It seems very bad. It's an expensive ascension that just gets shielded anyway. So, very bad card. We have some good cards. We have the Werepup line. We have the Spectrus line. Cool. But then we also have stuff like Ferrogeist. Ferrogeist was kind of a bait. I'm not going to lie. Ferrogeist looked like it was going to be like the meta dominator in Daybreak format. Now that we're in Moonrise, this card feels very bad. This card feels very, very ass. So I think we might have free our homie the camel. Free the camel because I don't think this card is actually an issue. Porky Wraith, interesting card. I'm not going to call that one bad. Interesting card. Probably a little underperformed. The 2 Gorgon's Gaze, very weird. Looking at the side deck, though, this looks pretty standard. I like all of this. I think that's a Waxing Gibbous in the side, I think. Which, if so, is very, very cool because that was our tech card. Yeah. Can you turn down the music a tad? Oh, yeah, I forget that the balance on YouTube, for some reason, is, like, way higher. How's that? This is, like, barely audible for me. Sorry, I have my Twitch balancing on. Is that better? But also Kamala's bad. That's the Ambrosia one. Oh, okay. Okay, Josh, you're gonna have to let me know because I don't know them by sight because they all look the same to me. Kamala's also bad card. That's Exaltus. Exaltus bad card, so therefore Kamala's bad card. Yeah, that's about all I got. That's about all I got for this deck. So moving on to the next one, we got Lunder. Hold on, Lunder Tuner aggro. Tuner Lunder aggro. Sure. This one actually looks pretty good. I like this deck list a lot. This is very conceptually similar to what me and my test group played, except with a few. I think this is just earlier along in the deck building process, but this is actually shockingly very similar to what we queued up with and did very well with. They are on Joblin Temple, bad cards. Do not play those. If you want the full explanation, go watch the Champion podcast with me, Dimax, Trevor, and Justin, where we talked about our event sweeping deck. So the Joblin bait happens. Yeah. Joblin, not good card. Nobby food. But they are on very similar back row ratios, but they are on this double gaze. I don't know where double gaze has like come from as like a psyop. Gaze is insane. It's better than it's ever been. So 3 copies of gaze for sure. They have the Arcolith in here, which is something that we did not do, but we discussed, I remember. But I think the discussion was largely centered around, can we please fit in Arcolith because I have the Stellar and I have never played it. It is still in a top loader. It's still in its top loader, so unfortunately we did not play it, but I don't think Arcolith inherently is too bad. The Gadabalt, though, is very, very crazy. I'm not sure why Gadabalt's in this deck. Couldn't tell you, but everything else looks just about right. They are on Fulgorix, which I don't think is very good. But I mean, this person really had the concept down. I don't know who this was because this wasn't one of us. But they hit pretty close to home with this one. This one's just about right. Just a little bit too much thunder. Yeah, I mean, this is almost our exact deck and it just did poorly. So I can't really criticize this deck list too much. I mean, they've made some calls that like we didn't make, but this to me looks like a skill issue, maybe technical play or a bad beat, but good on them. Good shit. I'm only here to support my Ant-Titans. How many Ant-Titans queued up? I want to see. Oh, Jesus. Oh! Why is it that I can never go more than 5 deck lists in this game without finding somebody with an incomplete side deck? Why? Play your side decks. God damn you. I'm begging for this to just be like card pool. I don't know, but they have 3 full moon. Oh shit. Oh wait, but hold on. Cards are proxied in this event. Wait, yeah, there's no excuse. Wait, there's no card pool excuses. There's proxies for this event. What? I'm so sick. I'm so ill. Okay. Cards I own turbo? That doesn't even count. This was the PNM. This was the PNM. They could proxy. I forgot about that. Okay, so for these deck lists, we can't even give them cards I own turbo because you could proxy. Only for Moonrise, to be fair. So fill it up with 9 Moonrise cards. There's 9 good playable Moonrise cards in the game. You can put 9 Moonrise proxies in there. I was too lazy to print proxies. I can't be asked. You know what? All right. That's all right. This is cards I own and don't own a printer turbo. Got it. All right. Instead of cards I own turbo, we will for this event call them I don't own a printer turbo. Perfect. Printer ran out of ink. Yeah, needs more toner. PC load letter is what we're going with. PC load letter .deck. So yeah, this kind of just looks like I think Dimax has got it on the nose. This kind of just looks like if you had ChatGPT upgrade a starter deck a little bit. But we do see bait again. We see the Pulveror bait. We see the Artemis bait. We see the Comalis bait. All those are not very good. We see the Temple bait. Temple without Joblin is a little bit better than Temple with Joblin, but also, we see the one Zeus, but I think Zeus was at 3 for this event. I think Joseph had us play this tournament with the unlimits early, if I recall. So I think that they might just have been uninformed about that. But everything else seems like, you know, pretty standard for where Lunar was expected to be at. Here we see a Lunar Nexus 2-3. This one's on Bandaloon. My goat, Bandaloon. Why did Law? Where's Law at? Can everybody at the Law YGO real quick? Why is the hero, the single hero that was on Bandaloon, why was their deck picture Comalis? Very sad. That's why I got a boat with Zeus. Oh, wait. Gattlebolt was Zeus, and Titanostalk was Demeter. Oh, okay. So, okay. Based on how Law has done this, then, I don't think he, like, adjusted for that. So, Gattlebolt, anytime we see a Gattlebolt, that's a Zeus. So that makes the other deck list less bad. That seems fine. All right, let's see. They fell for the Bandaloon bait. Bandaloon, not very good card. What does Bandaloon do again? I'm trying to remember why it's not good. Hold on. Let's go look up Bandaloon together, chat. I think it like steals a back row. It does something goofy with back row. I was actually really excited about this card. It's unfortunately very bad, but I do like it. All right. It's 3-1. You can spend 2 to yoink an opponent's back row. I actually really like Bandaloon. Because it's like this card basically says 3-1, add better Thunderstorm to your hand. Here's the problem. Hurricane exists. I think if Hurricane didn't exist, Bandaloon is like maybe playable. Maybe. Because it's like slightly better than Thunderstorm. But the problem is that, like everything in this game, playing cards hurts you. I think really the way to play Alestrals is actually to win the game by playing the fewest number of cards. Like, which feels weird, right? And unfortunately, this not only pays 2 to remove your opponent's card, but it also allows you to then pay 2 to play a card, which is bad. Like, playing cards is bad, so therefore this card bad. We got the Double Gator. I don't think Double Gator is super necessary. Shoutouts to IMAX. It's got the full Gorix. Shoutouts to full Gorix. It's got double Gloombat. I think Gloombat sucks. I think that card's really bad. It's got the Pulver bait. It has the Artemis bait. It has the Fawnlet bait. It is playing a Lunar phase. I think that's the Ambrosia Lunar phase. But it's not playing the Werepup line, which is an interesting choice. Yeah. I think it's just like this list falls for all the same baits. And then this one is 3-3. This is the highest placing, I think. No, one of the higher placing Lunar decks from the PNMs. And it's the Volclipse deck, which is kind of a shock considering that Volclipse is kind of bad. But shout out to Volclipse. They played 2 Gloombat, which again, that's the bait. Like a Void bait, or not bait. No. Like a Void's not bait. That one's actually good. Farrageist is kind of a bait. This is what killed Swole. Oh, that's crazy. I wonder if I played against this, because I played against the Volclipse at the PNM, and I remember destroying it. Like, they literally did nothing the whole game. So I don't know if they had just, like, bricked or, like, what, but they were literally just sitting there, like, expending and doing nothing. They were assigned waxing. They found a tech. Yeah, I think a lot of people were actually on it for the PNM, which is crazy because I didn't think anybody was on it during the actual premiere because I did not see it once. Let's see. Josh, you gotta help me out. What are these phases? I don't know what any of these are. I'm gonna assume that they're on like every phase. 8 total 1-drop Alestrals, 3 Ascensions, and only 3 counter runes. Holy, yeah. I think this is, if I were to guess, this is the opponent that I played against who was on Volclips, because that sounds about right. Because every turn they went like expend to draw, set no back row, pass. And I was like, what? Draw? Blizz tricks effect? Like, it was an interesting game. They're on every phase, yeah. So I think that's kind of the issue with Volclips, to kind of summarize this entire deck, is Volclips is bad for the simple fact that you play a bunch of these Lunar phase cards, and only like 2 or 3 of them are actually good. And then the problem with the Volclips deck is that you then have no space to play actual good cards. Yeah, that's the problem with Volclips. So that's Volclips. Lunar aggro, we got another one. Okay, so we know this Getabalt is a Zeus, so that's a Zeus. This one is playing quite a few phases. I think I'm gonna go on a limb and say that I know in my head who this is, because my last round opponent on the X2 bubble, who I beat, was playing a deck that looked very similar to this, that had the Divine Blessings in the main, because I remember because game 1 I hurricaned them and they chained Divine Blessing to negate it. So I think that this was my last round opponent. So I think they were 3-2 for most of the run, and then they got knocked out by me, I think, in the last round. So they are on the Ambro, the Pop, like the Earthquake, and the Full Moon, that line. I think they played this again in the premiere, because I remember I played them again in the premiere, and it went very similarly. And that is because they played Joblin, and Joblin searched the field spell, and that did nothing. So yeah, don't play Joblin is the bottom line. Joblin, every time I saw my opponent play Joblin, I'm like, oh my god, you just burned yourself for 2. That's awesome. So don't play this card. Very bad card. I think we've talked about all of this before. But the main deck, Divine Blessings, I think this is in response to Blizz being presumed to be more popular for this event. But a lot of people seem to be just like not on back row, which is crazy. And I think that it's because like all these Lunar decks are trying to fit too many of the Lunar toys and not enough of like the Lunar tools. So the takeaway here is less toys, more tools. Not let this man gaslight you into thinking Jolton's bad. How do I ban you? Put user in timeout. I'm putting Josh in timeout for 1 minute. Can everybody Pepe point at Josh for getting timed out in chat? Also, moving on to Blizz tricks. Guys, is hiking mad bait because it forces you to play a brick in your spirit deck, which I didn't know was possible? Yeah, correct. I think that it's only good to play Pharaohgeist if you're also on Calfmel, because Calfmel only needs 1 copy of a Solar Spirit to actually be good. Because you play your 1 Solar Spirit, and then you just always heal the 1 Solar off of the Calfmel dying, because it can heal its own spirit, which is good. The only issue with doing that is that if your opponent casts Spectrus, you feel very stupid. Yeah. So here we go. We got more Frost. This one actually seems to be similar to the list that I played, because I think we'll see my list, because I did not top the PNM with Marfrost. This one's on 3-seater, 3 Asprowl, 1 Blizztrix, 1 A-Bomb, which I don't like. It's on 3 Bat, which is a lot. Only 2 Lycan is insane. That might be a Cards I Own moment. 1 Indus, 3 Scorpion, 3 Pulsar, 3 Snowlet, 3 Tadflow, Gloombat, 3 Avalanche, 3 Keone, 3 Ambro, 3 Rise, no counter runes, no, yeah. And then the sideboard is just they're siding into Cryoverns and Cryolings. They have Catarans, Gloombat, Aurora Borealis, Divine Healing, and they went 1/1. I do not like this list. The fact they're on no back row feels extremely bad. Like, so there's this idea, there's like two kind of like schools of thought when it comes to Blizz. You can either like go very like all gas, no brakes, and you can go like kind of in the middle. You can kind of go a little bit mid-rangey. And I think going all gas, no brakes is fine, but I don't think you need to go this all gas, no brakes. Yeah, so I wish they had played this out because I would love to have seen how they did. But this seems like a little bit too much gas. They might be cooking with just a little bit too much gas in this list. So here we go. We got another one. This is a 2/1 drop. Where are the snowmen? I don't know. They must not own them. So this must be another like why didn't they play it out moment. But they're on 3 Cedar Soar, 3 Asprowl, 3 Blizztrix, sure, all pretty standard so far. 1 Catarant, 2 Enfrostix, only 2 of the Snowman. They played 3 Lycan with 1 Scorpion, 1 Bat. I do like that ratio. 1 Pulsar. I don't like Pulsar. I think Pulsar sucks. I think that card's awful. 3 Snowlit, 3 Gloombat, which I also don't think is very good. 3 No Stone Left Unturned. I think that's also not super great because that just makes more expensive, and you really don't want to be paying that many spirits in this deck. 3 Avalanche, sure. 2 Keone, sure. 3 Ambro, 3 Gorgon's Gaze. This looks very similar to like my early deck lists that I played like super early in the format, and I think that there's just a lot better that you can be doing with this deck. And I mean, I think you guys will see the night and day difference when we get to my list. This one's 3/3. This is a Blizztrix Turbo. This one is on a little bit more back row. This one has 3 Cedar, 3 Narpoon, which is so weird that it's taken us this long to get to a Narpoon in a deck list. 3 Asprowl, 3 Blizz, 1 Catarant, 3 Enfrostix, 3 Snowmen, 3 Snowlets. That's getting a lot closer to what I would probably play as a dude lineup. The 1 EQ, sure. 3 Avalanche, 1 Keone, 3 Ambro, 3 Rise, Laurels, and then the 6 back row in Gaze plus Shield. Then they're siding into Rabbits, which I think is insane, with only 1 Thunder Spirit. That's wild to me. 2 Hurricanes on the side, 3 Tsunamis, 3 Cryoblast, 3 Dense Fog. I think that this is a much more solid list. Definitely moving in the right direction with this list. I like this a lot. It's still only 3/3, but I think that this is definitely moving in the right direction. This might be Jack Yomu. He finished 3/3. Yeah, I could be. I don't know. I think that this is a lot closer to the direction I would want to move in. Because it is fitting in like just about everything that this deck wants. It's still a little bit light on staple cards and playing some cards I don't like. I'm not a big fan of Enfrostix in this deck, which is kind of weird, but I'm just not. I'm not a fan of Keone, but everything else seems about right. This is another 3/3. This one's on 2 Cedar Soar. Not a big fan of 2 Cedar Soar. I think you got to play 3. This is 3 Asprowl, 3 Blizz, 3 Emfro, 3 Snowman, the package. But this one's on 2 Scorpion, 1 Indus. I think that's a little bit too heavy of a package. Again, I'm not... Oh, and a Terror. Yeah, that seems, again, like too heavy of a package. I think you can trim the fat there a little bit. No Narpoon again, which is insane. Truly deranged deck building. 3 Avalanche, 3 Aurora Borealis. I do actually kind of like Aurora Borealis. I wasn't playing it for this event, but I do actually like that card a lot. I think it's really cool. 2 Keone, and then the 6 Runes. Again, I'm not a big fan of this Giga Turbo style, just because it has like no, like this is truly just going to the casino. Like you either hit or you don't with this deck, and if you have no defensive cards, like, it's just like, oh, I whiffed, I guess I lose the game. Not a big fan of that. Really not a fan of that. This is 4-2. This was not my deck list, but I think I did play against this this caster. And I think that this is definitely moving a lot closer to the direction I like, because I remember playing against them. They were probably the hardest match that I played that whole day. So they're on 3-seater. They're on 2 Pandasin, which is a super, super interesting tech in this deck that I was not on, but I do appreciate that as a tech. It has the triple Narpoon, triple Asprowl, triple Blizz, double Enfrostix, which I think is fine. I think 2 is like okay. 3 Snowman, 3 Snowlet. I think those are all the dudes you need. The Pandasins are cool. I like them. And then it's on 9 counter runes, which, oh my god, we put counter runes in the deck. The deck performs better. That's crazy. So this one's on 9 counter runes, which I think is the same. And I think it's the same 9 that I played as well. With the 3 Avalanche, 3 Ambro, 3 Rise, blah, 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 blah. And then this one, yeah, this one I think is me. So very similar to the last list. 3-seater, 3 Narpoon, 3 Prowl, 3 Blizz, 1 Enfrostix. I just like the 1 copy of Enfrostix, because if you need Enfrostix, you can search it off of Narpoon. But really, all Enfrostix does is it just makes casting any Celestial from your underworld more expensive. So I'm not the biggest fan of it. So I think 1 just feels about right. 3 Snowman, the 5 Morfrost, and the 3 Snowlet. Those are the only Celestials I think you really need to play. And then I'm on the 9 counter rune, same as Hunter Surge was. But then I'm also on main deck Hurricane, because I think Hurricane is just a crazy card, which we see again repeated in the premiere with the deck that I chose to play. And then I'm only on 2 Ambrosia. I can say from like personal experience, like in the, like, speaking from the future, I've cut Ambrosia completely in this deck. I think Ambrosia and Blistrix kind of sucks. So I cut the Ambrosias a while ago, but for the most part I think the deck is pretty much the same. And then like the side deck was whatever. It was a mess. But I think the big differences here with me and Hunter Surge's list is that we actually play back row in it, which lets the deck actually play and lets you actually express some level of skill rather than just going straight to the casino and like putting your money in the slot machine and going crazy. Kryling and Frostix is the best play in the game. Yeah, but this deck doesn't play Kryling. There's no Krylings in the deck, Subtractor. So those are the best 2 Morfrost in the tournament. Or the best 2 Blistrix, I should say. And we're pretty close. Oh, I also didn't play Avalanche. Avalanche is another card that I cut in this deck for spacing reasons. Like, sure, Avalanche kind of crazy on paper, but the problem is if you play Avalanche and you're playing a mirror match, it's a card you have to side out. Like, it's really bad in the mirror. But also, it's a card that, like, you can play it, you burn yourself for 1, and then you whiff, and you're like, huh. Okay. I lose. So, it doesn't feel that great. It really doesn't feel that great to Avalanche a lot of the time. So, not the biggest fan of that card. Water Reanimator. This is the deck that messed me up. I got messed up by a Water Reanimator and a Phosphocell at the PNM using the Blizz deck. So this one 0-4 drop with Starbit. This is Water Reanimator Starbit. I am really not sold on Water Reanimator as a deck concept. I don't know. I'm not really sold on this deck. I don't think it performed at the PNM. I don't think it performed in the premiere. I just think that this deck is a little bit weak. Though I do see what like the idea is like, oh my god, I can heal and blah blah blah. But then this deck doesn't play any healing. I'm like visually scanning it now. This is just, we cut all the heal cards for Starbit. Yeah, I don't like this. This is yeah, not a fan of this. This is a 2/3 water reanimator. This is more of a normal water reanimator. Oh my god, it's siding eruption. So this person really believed in the Blizz tricks, and they were trying to counter Blizz, it seems. Also the Typhlant Ivory stuff, I have been a fan of this, like the Typhlant control stuff. Josh was testing this against me for a little bit, and this stuff went crazy. This stuff went crazy. Yeah. So kind of a fan of that. Not really a fan so much of like the Drops of Leaf and like the Nogs. Like Drops of Leaf, I hate this card. Like if you know me, you know that I'm this card's biggest hater. Drops of Leaf literally says pay 2 spirits to do nothing. We start if I have 5 cards in my hand and I activate a Drops of Leaf, the only thing that changes is that I have 2 fewer spirits in my spirit deck. I still have 5 cards in hand at the resolution of Drops of Leaf. All it does is just take cards in your hand, put them back, draws you new cards, but there's no guarantee that the cards you draw are good. You could even just draw the exact same cards you shuffled away. Like, it's not very good. It just burns yourself for 2. Maybe if it cost 1. I think if drops cost 1, I would consider playing it. However, I don't like that at all. I think that's very bad. Yeah, it's just not good, especially when the payoff that you're getting is like not super high. Yeah, and also no back row in this deck, which is psychotic. Like this could be 3 Gorgon's Gaze. Like these could be Gorgon's Gazes. These could be Gorgon's Gazes. Though I do kind of like Nog in this deck because it at least gets you 2 new cards. But like then we'd have to cut dudes. We'd have to cut like Typhloins and Mustations. Which like, do we want to do that? I don't know. Drops would be straight busted at 1. No, I think drops would still not be played at 1. I think you could put Drops of Leaf at 1 spirit and you would still not play that card. But I think that it would be decent at 1 mana. Like that's the thing with Drops of Leaf. Like Drops of Leaf fundamentally as a card is bad. Like it is a bad card. So it being at 2 is just egregious. Like you're just putting a nail in a coffin that was already dug. Like you're not going to play that card even if it costed 1 mana. So why does it cost 2? It should just cost 1 mana. I would consider it maybe at 1 spirit, but here's the thing. I would rather, like, we're limited to exactly 40 cards in our deck. I would rather just play a card that does something. Like, I would rather play, you know, like, back row. Like, those could be shields. Like, I'm still cutting Gorgon's Gaze to play, shuffle away my hand and draw some cards, and I would rather just have better deck building. Like, if I'm already in a position where, like, I have to fix my hand once the game has started, I have entered the game unprepared. Because, like, bricking happens. Like, you can just accept that sometimes you'll brick a game and you'll lose in any card game. Like, it doesn't matter how well your deck is built, you can draw a triple Ambrosia double Rise in your opening hand. You can do that. Even with this deck. Or I could draw triple Ambrosia double Atlantis. But mulligans exist, so I can mull that hand away. And if I still brick, and I still need a Drops of Leaf, I think my deck might just be bad. And that's why Drops of Leaf is a bad card. Because if you're ever considering it in your deck, it means that your deck is probably just bad in the first place. I think the only place where it would be, like, a good card is in something like the Drataya FTKs and stuff like that, where, like, you're just trying to win the game in an unfair way. You know what I mean? And, like, in those places, sure, it's fine, because you're just trying to, like, draw your whole deck anyway. So it's fine. But I think in any real deck, it's just not going to be good. Like, ever. I disagree, and I'm always right. Invalid. Shadow Realm. Can we get an 07 in the chat for Sir Tractor for being always wrong? Might as well mulligan at the beginning and then play drops. Yeah, exactly. Like, why would we play drops when drops is a game mechanic? It's the same reason why you don't see Nectar of the Gods that much, because Nectar of the Gods is overcosted. Nectar of the Gods costs 2 spirits when it should actually cost 1. Why should it cost 1? Well, because I can expend to draw and get a +1 for less. If the impact of Nectar of the Gods, right? The impact of Nectar of the Gods is I start my hand with 5 cards. After it resolves, I have 6 cards. If I can do the same thing for 1 less mana without playing a card in my deck, always have access to it, and get the same result, I'm never going to play Nectar of the Gods. I'm just going to say, I'm just going to expend a spirit and draw a card now. And then I'm going to set. It's your turn. It's the same thing as playing Nectar of the Gods. It's literally identical. The only difference with Nectar is that you technically get 1 card deeper into your deck, but in terms of card advantage, that doesn't matter, because if Nectar wasn't in your hand, it would just be a card from your binder in your hand, which is better than having a card from your deck at that point. So Nectar, bad card. Nectar should be either 1 spirit, draw 2, or 2 spirits, draw 3 for it to be worth playing, and it's not. So that's kind of the rant on draw power and Alestrals. But in Chronodile Turbo, you can expend to draw and Nectar of the Gods. Yeah, I think that's the argument. I think that, like, we see Nectar played in these water decks that have all this, like, insane heal power is because that this card effectively becomes free, because you know that you're going to need to play a card that heals anyway. So you just want to play cards that put the spirits in your graveyard in the first place. On the same term with Nog. Yeah, that's like the only upside, but here's the thing. Does it matter? That's what you have to think about. Does it matter that you can play an Alestral and burn yourself for 2 in 1 turn? Think about that. This is another 2/4 water reanimator. This one is on 14 cards inside deck. This makes me very sad. This is pretty much the same. Again, I'm not like really sold on the deck concept. Also kind of weird that they're playing Galaxy in this deck, because Galaxy kind of hurts this deck a little bit. They're also not on Oistillery in the main, which is very weird, because the only reason to play this deck is Oistillery. Oh my god. And that was that the best performing water reanimator? 1, 2, 3. How many water reanimators were in the tournament? I have to check that. Yes. Not a single water reanimator went positive. That's insane. That's crazy. So let's take a look at 5s now. There was an 0-2 5s with Kiribis. Shoutouts to Kiribis. I think we've talked about this before, but Kiribis doesn't feel super good. But this is just 5s. It do be 5s. Unfortunately, this is another big thing in Moonrise that I think we can soapbox about for a second. Is that Moonrise has done something that they've been trying to do with Alestrals since base set. And that is give you a reason to play a game plan. Game plans in Moonrise are a lot stronger than just putting dudes on the board that have stats. Because, you know, it was discussed in my premiere testing, well, why don't we just play 5s? And you can play 5s, and you can still do well with 5s. The problem is that there's stuff like Nobby now. Like, if you're just playing hardcore 5s, it better be Lunar 5s, because otherwise a Nobby's going to come down, it's going to steal your lunch money. And then you're going to lose the game. Because you can't deal with Doppelgator without something like the Sorlet that's in your hand, or in this deck, or an Eddie. Well, Eddie doesn't even deal with it. Yeah, and actually, neither does Sorlet, because they go down to being like a 3. So, like, a Doppelgator just hard wins the game immediately against 5s. So, 5s, in its own right, has kind of fallen off, which means that if you're going to play a 5s type deck, it needs to have some type of extended game plan behind it. So, I'm going to expect that the other 5s deck did not perform that well. And that is true. It went 0-3 drop. This one did play Lunar. This is actually very similar, surprisingly, to the deck that we just played in the premiere. And it had Yeah, this is actually very similar. It does fall for the New Moon trap. It does fall for the Ambrosia trap. It falls for the Temple trap. Doesn't put in the Joltons, though, so good on them for that. And then it falls for the Artemis trap as well. But good to see that this deck concept did emerge. However, it did not do well. So this might be another skill issue moment. But even the small tech choices can matter because they're only on 8 back row. 8 back row, worse than playing like 12. Centaur. Solar aggro, but we remove the bad solar cards and replace them with Navi. Yeah, I think that's actually not even bad. Like I've like if you go watch the what's it called? The exhibition match between me and Jess where I played Dragalis and she played Antitan. That's kind of what I played. Like the Dragalis deck that I played is like in a sense solar aggro with Navi. In a sense, but it also has a Dragalis package in there. But you know, you can kind of see the beginnings of the thought in that deck if you reshape it a little bit. Yo, is that the reigning champ Cards and Coffee, aka the Justin? Yo, what's up, Justin? Can we get a Barabog in chat or a whale arrow question mark for our reigning champion? Was the Ambrosia trap? Oh, the Ambrosia trap is that there is a lunar phase that is just Ambrosia. And it's a little bit of a trap to like main this many lunar phases, as we've seen time and time again with all these deck lists. The more lunar phases that are in your deck, the worse it performs. Centaur, 1-5. Yes! We got somebody to play it out to 1-5. Yes! You guys have heard me rant about this. You guys have heard me ramble about this before, but if you are on a bad beat, if you're having a bad run, and you want to get better at Alestrals, the best thing that you can possibly do for yourself is play it out. Play it out, because that is the only way that you will get the more games, to get the more experience, to see what has gone wrong. So always remember to play it out. Shout outs to Centaur going 1-5. Josh had us all. This is me. Yo! Yes! 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 Thank you for playing it out! Let's go! Everybody praise Alestral's Nexus for playing out to the 1-5. I could have had anything I wanted to hand. Yeah, exactly. It's awesome. Centaur is a really cool deck. I do like the one copy of Centaur that is very smart, recognizing that Paleoth can fail to find the second copy. Which is awesome to just find out. I thought that Paleoth had to have a legal target. It does not. You can just add a copy and then just fail to dump. I had to get the idea out of my head. I don't even think this deck is bad. I think this list might not be the best list of what you're trying to do, but I don't even think Centaur is bad. I actually put it in B tier because when I made my tier list, because I think this deck's actually like not too bad. I think it's actually kind of decent. Also go watch the what's it called video, the tier list. Go see if my predictions came true. Centaur top tier. It's dump fail to add. Oh yeah, that's the for the Cedar Sword. Wait, so it does have to add the Centaur. Okay, so you do need 2 Centaurs in this deck. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Okay, so there should definitely be a second Centaur in this deck. Should definitely be another Centaur. Interesting that we're on Scythe with no Argo. Feloy, I think, is a bad card. I think that's a trap. I think Scavengem is a trap in this specific deck list. Rummagem, I also think, is a trap because we're on Paleoth. So those 3 can probably come out. Panzer is good. I do like the Panzer. Panda Sen is bad. I don't like Panda Sen. The Titanic stock is Demeter, which we found out about. Verdolith, I think, is fine because you're on No Stone, but I think No Stone is a trap. I think that card's bad. Nectar of the Gods, we just had the soapbox about it. 3 back row guards. Yeah, I think that those are, that kind of sums up the no Viscerous. Oh yeah, no Vis in this deck. I think basically the bottom line here is cut all the bad cards, put in the good cards. And then you might perform 3-3 like this list. This might be Swole. I think Swole played this deck. So this has the 2 Cedar Sword, the 2 Centaur Bird. That all makes sense. 1 Echo Lynx because it's at 1. Makes sense. 3 Paleoth. Makes sense. 3 Panzer. Makes sense. The Titanostock is second Demeter. Sure. The Double Vis, 3 Rabbit, and then the Joltons. I don't like the Joltons and the Forest. So I think that those probably could have gone swapped out for something else. Maybe like Nobbies, which we do see in the side. So maybe moving the Nobbies into the main for this deck would actually improve this deck's performance, and that's something I want to test. And then it has, what's that, 3, 6, 9, 11 counter runes? Pretty solid. So I think the only thing on this list that I don't like is the Jolton Forest. And like you can maybe take out Jolton Forest and like a Panzer for the Nobby line, and that would probably be pretty good. And I think that that maybe is worth testing. Maybe even just drop the Panzers completely and play the Ardbuds in the main. And then you have the whole line. This is PNM. Yeah, this is the PNM right now. We're going over this first, and then we're going to go into the premiere so that we can get an idea of how things have evolved in the first few weeks of the Moonrise metagame. Send once Forest though. Oh, right. I forgot that you need a Forest for Centaur. My bad. I forgot this card's like mid. Okay, so I guess we have to play this. Never mind, then I like it then. But like, okay, what if, now hear me out, I know this is crazy. What if we just played Centaur and didn't play Forest? I know, crazy thought, but what if we just don't care if it can be targeted by Invoke Runes, because there's only 2 that matter. There's literally only 1 Laurels and 1 EQ. So I still don't even think that this deck needs Fillet. I think that Centaur by itself is fine. And then you can just enchant and pop. Yeah, I'm cooking. I'm cooking with that. I like Cedar Sword being a 6/8. Alright, so why don't you play Boreas and Blistrix? Checkmate. That's 15s. That's not 15s. Very different. Centaur actually uses this effect. In 15, Centaur is a water Celestial. Alright. We got Joblin up next. I like Cedar Sword being a 6/8, but I don't play Cedar Sword. I don't play Boreas in Blizztrix because I don't like Cedar Sword as a 6/8. I love Josh. This is the Josh deck building theory that wins every tournament, by the way. Shout out to Joblin. We got 3/3 Joblin Barabog. Oh my god. Shout out to Joblin. So Joblin is the expend 1 water to shift the position of a Celestial that is not water enchanted. When 1 or more Celestials change their positions, you can draw a card. So Joblin, actually surprisingly good card. I do want to explore this deck a little bit more. I know Josh likes this deck. I also like this deck after testing it a bit. They have the Armadons in there. So I think like the core concept of this deck is you go run out Armadon. It's a wall. And then you set up the Joblin, and then you just, like, switch Armadon to attack. You burn for 1. You switch it to defense. You burn for 2. Joblin gets in for another 2. You just did 4. That's awesome. I think Barabog is a really bad card. I think Barabog was really funny, and Dymax managed to psyop people because he put it in his deck trying to lose, and then he won. So that card sucks. I like the Galaxies. Galaxies are fine. Weird that there's no Eddie in this deck, though, because Eddie can also switch the positions of your own cards. So Eddie is, like, premier in this deck. Eddie is insane in this deck, and it's just not here for some reason. But yeah, no, I do like this deck in concept. I want to mess around with this. We have another 3/3 Joblin 5s. This one is not on Armadon. This one is on Sorlet. And it's also on Rock and a Hard Place. I do like Rock and a Hard Place in this deck because it is searchable off of Schnark. Schnark searches Rock and a Hard Place. I don't think High Tide is actually good. I think that Rock and a Hard Place is just the card that Schnark searches. I actually just don't even know why you would play High Tide. I have never seen a game state where it comes up. Josh keeps telling me that it comes up, but I have yet to see this be the case. We also see 1 Thunderstorm, 1 Hurricane in the main and in the side. This is very weird to me. I don't know why you wouldn't just play one or the other and then side the other. This feels like a case of indecisiveness. Hard plays. Hater card is stinky. I agree that the card is stinky, but I think it is infinitely better when it's just a free searchable Earthquake. Like, 1 Tide is probably fine. Yeah, but like, what is it for? Like, what are you playing High Tide for? Like, let me look up High Tide. Because I cannot think of a single game state where I want this card. Like, from a deck building perspective, if you're going to include it, yeah, 1 copy is probably fine. But what do you need it for? Like, what is this for? Change the positions of up to 2 Elestrals. You may enchant Water Lunar from your underworld to your board. Why do I need to spend 2 runes to swap 2 Elestrals? The best thing I can think of to do with High Tide is that there is 2 Armadons on the board. I switch both of them to attack, and then I switch them back both to defense. That's the best thing I can find out of it. High Tide, reenchant, Nobby. Okay. And then cast Sandstorm, easy game. I see. High Tide is free. Nah, you pay off the field is free card. Doesn't it only enchant 1 Lunar, though? It says you may enchant 1 Water or Lunar. So this card still costs 1 even if you pay off the board. This card still costs 1. It's not free. Is okay is free card. Yeah, it's free because you're a fucking bot if you play this card. You're fucking freeload. That's all I've gathered, is that you're just don't miss timing on your Joblin. Yeah, this is awful. Yeah, this High Tide bad. And a searchable Eddie. Yeah, no, this card sucks. I do think Rock and Hard Place is better, though, because it at least does something. It's interesting that there's no Kerberos in this deck, because I think that Kerberos is actually really good in this deck, because what I think that Schnark and Joblin actually do is they make it so that, like, I don't even think Joblin's good. I think that Schnark is a good card, because it makes Kerberos more consistent. Because you can just run out of Schnark, Schnark search, Rock in a Hard Place. Next turn you cast Eddie, and then you Rock, pop something, and then you ascend Kerberos, and then you beat over. That's where I feel like this deck gets its best value. Yeah, I'm right. You guys are wrong. All right, we got 3/3 Draco Ray Solar. This is not the Dimax Ally Solar deck, right? This is close. Think you cook. Sometimes I think you cook too much. Sometimes I think that I'm just always right, and that I'm living in a world where I'm alone. Kerberos is a bad card. I agree. Kerberos bad, but I feel like it's still better than doing Joblin stuff. This is right. No, because I don't think maybe there was a modification to it. This is really similar to the Dynamax Ally Solar, but I don't think Dynamax was on Armadon. This was an older build at the time. Oh, okay, okay. So this is the Dynamax Ally Solar list that leaked. Shout out to Adrian. Yeah, I played against this. There's a reason why we did not queue this deck. It was not very good. This deck was really funny, but it was not very good. This is, I kind of alluded to it earlier though about like the solar aggro. This kind of is solar aggro now. Like this is just what solar looks like right now. It's just a Draco Ray deck with like Necruffs and Lavaliths and like Nobbies and Cafmels and Rise. It's not a bad deck by any stretch of the imagination. The kind of the hard part with this deck is knowing how to manage your spirit deck, which I think was the problem when I played against Adrian, is that I know he ran out a lot of misenchanted cards because he ran out of spirits. And kind of the thing with this deck is that the only spirits that you should probably be expending is Solar and Lunar because they're the only spirits you consistently get back. But yeah, this deck's a lot of fun to say. At the very least, I can say that. It is a lot of fun to play. If you want an exhibition of this game, go watch the video on the official Alestrals channel of me versus Jess, because the deck that I played was fundamentally very similar to this one. Here we have 4-2 Draco Way Winjin. Now, this is a deck I was very excited to see because this is another deck that I've been working on in the background. And, you know, I didn't post it anywhere or anything, but this was one of the first decks I built coming into Moonrise. And I've had this deck built for months, like in the back of my closet. And this deck is awesome. And I'm really glad to see that someone noticed the same thing that I did, which is that Winjin is not a wind card. You do not put Winjin into wind. It goes in solar. There's a reason that Winjin is a wind solar Alestral, is because, or Tornadian, is because you go first light, stack something to the top of your deck, usually being either Kakare or Cafmel, and then you Winjin, call the card you stacked, add it to your hand, ascend into Tornadian, and then you get to search any card in your deck. That is really good. We got no real support in Moonrise. Yeah, I know that people really want to like put Winjin into wind because it's like the only wind card that they got. But unfortunately, Winjin is a solar card. It was not designed for the wind deck. It does nothing to help wind. It does do a lot for solar, and that's why it's a foretell card as well. So this deck is actually very good. I do think that the ratios could be tweaked a little bit, but I do like this a lot, and it did do very well. It got 9th place, so just barely top cut. So very proud of this deck, which is awesome. Wind got in Fornax. Yeah, Wind did get in Fornax. Like, in Fornax is the wind support, but it looks like a fire card because it has the fire border. Love the Genie so much. I do too. I think that I think they're awesome. Just trigger Winjin twice in the same turn. Same thing. No. No, that's not how that... No. That requires infinitely more setup and spirits. And more cards. That's just strictly worse than doing First Light for Winjin. And Fornax, good card. I'm not sold on Fornax, but I know that Dynamax really likes that card. So I'll give it to Dynamax. Dynamax, smart person. Yo, what's up, Sunnyhawk? One-offs. All right, so before we turbo through these one-offs, remember to like the stream if you are enjoying, if you're staying with us so far. It does help us out a lot. Remember to subscribe if you're not already subscribed. Yada, 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 yada. Okay, one-off deck list. We got 1-3 Penta! Yo, Penta! Winjin is a Lunar card. 24 Lunar phases, 3 Winjin, 2 Torn, and stuff. Wait, how does that work? With if you foretell with Winjin and you call a titled card, can you just call Lunar phase? And if you hit any Lunar phase, Does it trigger? You call Lunar. Oh my god. Oh. Huh. Something about that seems dangerous. Same with Morfrost. Morfrost Jin, let's go. Yeah, there might be something there, actually. You guys are giving me things to go investigate. Okay, we got 1-3 Pentair. Shout out to Pen. We see the Chrysbor on the side. Shout out to Chrysbor. This is, yep, that looks like Pentair. This is a Pentair deck, yep. Pentair bad. I don't know what to say about Pentair other than Pentair bad. Pentair somehow, like, Pentair taught me why Ascensions are bad in this game. And it's just that, okay, I cast out my Hydrake. I football crash into something. It dies. I now pay 2 more spirits to cast Twindra. I attack with Twindra. Oh my god, I got shielded. Shit. I think that's the only... I have never seen Pentair hit the board against... I've never seen Pentair hit the board. Ever. In my life. Yeah. That's about it. Do not disgrace the good name of Pent. Hey, I love me some Pentair as much as the next guy. However, Pentair is one of the only Ascension lines that loses to literally every back row. Hurricane go burr. Yeah, I think with Hurricane... Hold on, was there Hurricane in this deck? There's 1 Hurricane. I think that this is something that we've definitely seen in this tournament. Not a lot of Hurricane running around. Hurricane, extremely broken card. So I'm hoping that we'll see it more in Top Cut of the next tournament. But Hurricane does make Pentair slightly better. Because you can go Hurricane into Pentair and go wham, wham, wham. However, Nobby just better Pentair. That's the bottom line, is Nobby is just better Pent. Because instead of having to kill myself, I have to kill you. And so when I kill you and then I ascend and then I kill something else, that is good. When I crash my dude twice... just to summon 1 dude, and then I kill 1 dude, and then you have 2 more dudes, that feels very bad. Get burned for their casting cost. Yeah, that is kind of the core conceit. And that's why I think Hurricane is actually a good card for the game right now, is it does allow these combat Ascension strategies to actually do something, like Nobby and Pentair. I think Hurricane probably is a card that will need to be addressed at some point, but I think for exactly this moment in time, I think it is very okay in Moonrise. I think when we start looking at set 5, set 6, set 7, whatever they have in store for us then, I think that those cards, good cards. See some across both tournaments we're going over, at least in the lower records. Yeah, that is very true. I think at the higher levels, I'll be interested to see how it performed in the PNM, because if it's consistent that in both PNM and in the Premier, if Hurricane is a consistent trend, then we've moved into Hurricane format officially. Currently on 2 Hurricane with 3rd inside, because I'm addicted to Typhoonting people. Yeah, I mean, like, that's kind of how it is I think that the game right now, in this current metagame, this is the theory that I'm looking to prove over looking over these decks. Hurricane, good. That's the whole theory, is you just Hurricane people and then you do what you want to do. And that's what this format looks like. You just Hurricane and then you play. And the hope is that whatever you do with your deck makes up at least 3 spirits of value. That's why the Nobby stuff is good, because you invest 4 spirits by playing, or you invest 5 total by playing Hurricane for 3, Nobby for 1, Doppelganger for +1 more. if you remove 2 bodies and deal 1 spirit damage, that refunds the cost of your hurricane instantaneously. So, is Nabi just better Pent? Yeah. Nabi is just better Pent. So, that I think is kind of the motto of the format. Is we kind of got to look at it in terms of, is what my deck doing generating at least 3 spirits of value? Because anytime I can generate at least 3 spirits of value, I know that Hurricane is worth activating. I think that's a really good way to look at it. And what is like generating value? Well, burning a spirit is, you know, that's generating, because taking away your opponent's spirit is kind of the same as refunding your own spirit. Destroying an Celestial is generating spirit value. So anytime that we get to take away our opponent's spirits, either from board or their spirit deck, that's spirit value. So we need to know that if we are activating Hurricane, that we are dealing spirit damage, then it's good. Then it's worthwhile. All right. Now we got 2/2 Fire Nexus. This looks like, yep, this is standard Fire Nexus. We see the Forges, we see the Stokes, we see the Beaters, Viscerai, only 2 small Tuga. This could probably go up to 3. We see the Argos. This is an Argo deck. Yep, this is very standard. Side deck probably could use some work. Here we have Crocodile and Parawatt. Holy based. This is literally 2 starter decks mashed together. We're not going to comment on this one. This one is literally 2 starter decks mashed together. But shout outs to them for playing it out at 2-4. So, if you are looking to get better, remember to play out your tournaments all the way. Here we have 3/3 Thunder Nexus. This is the Phosphocyl deck. This is the one that destroyed me and knocked me down to 4-2. This is why I did not top the PNM. I played against Thunder Nexus, or I guess Phosphocyl Nexus, and I think this is Bo that played it. And Bo, or whoever this is, if there was another person playing Phosphocyl, I don't think so. I remember in game 3, they just like, they went Rabbit Pass or something like that. I think it was like Rabbit Set Gaze or something like that. Or maybe it was just something else. And then I think I might have gone like Rabbit Set 2 or something like that. And then my opponent goes, Ascend into Larvicell over the Rabbit. Activate Zeus, Nexus, Ascend, Expend, Ascend, pop my set, rise from the ashes, another Phosphocyl, or another like Anisel onto the board, ascend for Phosphocyl again, pop another set, pop my dude, swing for 8 face. And me on Bo, yo. Fuck you, Bo. What the hell, man? That shit was crazy. This was super cool, though. This was super cool. I like this a lot. This deck is absolutely nuts. This deck is nuts. I'm kind of surprised you only went 3-3, though. I was kind of hoping that you would top after you cooked me, but I guess I cursed you a little bit too hard because you crashed out afterwards. But yo, shout outs to that deck. That deck was super cool. I was so real talk, I actually was very scared of that Phosphocyl deck going into the premiere. To a point where I kept Dense Fog in my deck. I did not cut Dense Fog because I was like, if I play against that Phosphocyl shit again and I don't have a way to stop them from going into Phosphocyl, I am going to cry. So what's the Electronite theory with Phosphocyl? I have no idea because I never saw those cards. I would have to assume that it's just like consistency because you just have these guys are all just Rhoda. This guy, like, if you just ascend over like a rabbit, like you stick a rabbit to the board, ascend over it, special out the dude, you use his effect, you search the Larvicell, You set like a back row, you live for a turn, you play it, yada, yada, yada. What is it about Cell that's good? So the thing that's good about Larva Cell is that Larva Cell plus any Nexus bank is Phosphocell. Like, you just get to Phosphocell in one card. Like, it goes through the entire Ascension line all by itself. It's very expensive, and it burns itself out very quickly. But if you see the Larva Cell plus a bank, you see Phosphocell. And that's what's good about it. So it's very consistent at doing that. The only problem with this deck is it loses hard to Dense Fog and Gorgon's Gaze. Because if you just stop them from the Ascension, like, let's say they go Larva Cell to Nexus, you chain Dense Fog, they resolve their Nexus, they do nothing. And now they have a 2 Spirit, 3 attack minion that is 100% about to die. So that's the problem. That is the problem with Larva Cell, inherently. But other than that, good card. You can send over any little idiot. You can, but I think, have to have a bank still, right? Because you have to have something to Nexus too. Make them hurt. Yeah, you can do that as well. Can be played around if you ascend Larva over a guy, then enchant Lunar for Ascensions. Yeah. That's why you hit the Larva Cell. Is just so that they can't, like, stick a Lunar on it and then, like, play around it. Triggers if it receives Solar. Oh, I see. Yeah. Alright, so now on to the top 8. We got 2 Lunar aggro, and we had a much more diverse top 8 this time. We had 2 Lunar aggro, a Bug Box, Draco Ray, Solar, more Frost, Pentair, Thunder, and Volt Tempest. So we had Ari with the Pentair deck. Let's go! Pentair! So let's go over this quickly. This is very similar to the list that we saw in Swiss. I think this is actually card for card the same deck in the main. Side is super different though. Yeah, side deck seems pretty standard. Nothing really out of the blue here. But again, I think that Pentair is just worse Nabi. It's just a different flavor of doing Nabi stuff. So this is like a little bit less refined than what I think we did during the premiere. But the big takeaway here is that this isn't playing Aeolus, which is very smart. I think that's the best thing about Wind. And Wind actually teaches you a very important lesson. I don't know how they got my main. Maybe they just came to all the same conclusions as you. I think it's maybe one card off. No, it's not. It's not. It's very similar. That's very interesting. Yeah, I'm not really sure how they ended on your exact same main deck. Aeolus is terrible. Yeah, so Aeolus teaches you a lesson in Alestrals. And this is kind of what we were talking about before, is spirit value and stuff. And why, like, Windgen and stuff is not, like, a solar card. And why you don't want to play Drops of Leaf, and why you don't really want to play Nectar of the Gods, is you have to think of your spirit deck as card advantage. Your spirits are cards. And every time you're spending cards, and like, it feels really weird to think about it this way. It feels super, super unintuitive to think about it this way based on any other card game in the world. But in Alestrals, it's a little bit different. So you go Aeolus for like 3 spirits, right? You're playing a card from your hand plus 3 cards from your spirit deck. You're playing 4 cards and spending 2 to search 1. Now you get to keep the Aeolus and like a spirit on board if you want. But basically what you are doing is whenever you play Aeolus, you're technically going -1. Which is a really, really weird way to think about it, because you're not going -1, you're going +1 in onboard economy. But you're going -1 because you're losing those spirits, which means that you're losing ability to play cards. Like, those 2 spirits you spent to search like a P-Gust or an Exalter or whatever it is, that could have been a Gorgon's Gaze. That could have been, you know, it could have been anything, right? You are losing those cards during the game. So, like, the only thing that I'm getting ahead of myself. The only thing that Aeolus is good to do is to search Nemisail and Exaltair. Those are the only cards worth searching off of Aeolus right now, because they're the only cards that equalize the cost of playing the card. You either are running out your Exaltair, Nexusing onto yourself, and then you have a random 2-spirit Exaltair on the board, burning your opponent for 2, and making it so that they can play 1 less counter rune over the course of the game. Or you're playing Nemisail and just healing back the 2 spirits that you just burnt yourself for. But then, now you've opened yourself up to Lavalith early, you've opened yourself up to Laurels early, yada, yada, yada. So, Aeolus, right now, kind of a bad card because the cost is so high for what you're doing. And you would be better off, in most scenarios, simply expending to draw. Because you expend to draw, you draw 1 card. You leave your board open for a turn, they punch you for 1, sure, you take 2 spirits, but that's identical to just playing Nog. So the only thing that Aeolus has for you is that you get to find exactly the card that you want if that card is a Wind Celestial. But then you can't play it that turn. And you can play it that turn. Sorry. So a lot of the time, it's not really worth it. Is the best worst card in the game. Yeah. Alestrals has done something incredible, which I did not think was possible. They found a way to make consistency bad. It's a very weird concept to have to wrap your head around in Alestrals, but they found a way to make consistency bad. And that is why we see so many of these decks, at least in the early iterations of the game, just be kind of these toolboxy decks, right? Because it is not worth playing these consistency type cards to like see more of your deck, because it doesn't matter if you see more of your deck, because in order to see more of your deck by playing those consistency cards, you also reduce the number of cards that you allow yourself to play over the course of the game. Like, you might see those cards right now, but unless you win real fast, you know, you're not going to be able to play those cards in the future. So if you like span out the course of the game, you know, drawing those 2 cards right now is good, but unless those cards make an impact on the same turn you draw them, it's not going to matter, because you are going to reduce the number of cards you play over the course of the game, and you're going to shorten the length of the game. So if the game was going to go 10 turns long, you would have drawn those cards anyway. And if those cards were not immediately impactful, all you did was make it so that you played fewer cards on turn 7. That's all that you've done. And it's a really weird concept to have to think about, but just with how Alestrals is and how it's currently positioned, that is how those cards kind of work. And that is partly why Aeolus is bad, because you play Aeolus and then you're forced to search something like Nemisail. You're forced to put a Nemisail on the board and heal those spirits back so that you can, on the next turn, Aeolus again, search another guy, and then re-enchant your Nemisail. Which means that the only thing to do with Aeolus is to go Aeolus for 5, search Nemisail, play Nemisail, heal with Nemisail, protect Nemisail, then you have to specifically search Exaltair, and then you have to Exaltair Nexus onto the Nemisail, heal again, burn, and finally, after 2 turns and protecting your board state, have you finally paid off that Aeolus. And then guess what? You have 2 Alestrals on your board that have 3 attack. And your opponent has a Necrof. Shit. There's not really inevitability in this game like there is in MTG. That's not true. There's inevitability in every card game. Inevitability is not a game-specific mechanic. It is an inherent fundamental feature of every card game that exists. So there is inevitability in Alestrals because inevitably you will run out of spirits. And we see inevitability play out if you've ever played a game where there's no spirits on either player's board or either player's spirit deck, because it's based into the mechanics of the game. The game is just decided by who has more cards in deck. because that's inevitability. It's just a fundamental law of card games. Next up, we got Shirt. We got the Lunar aggro deck. So Shirt played this deck again. He played an earlier draft of the deck with the Joblins and the Temples. Not really too much has changed from the iteration that we played in the premiere. Except for this one was on Joblin Temple, and I think Shirt said that he didn't like them after this event. Yada yada yada. We'll talk about this more later, but in this previous version, you know, there's no galaxies in the main deck. Still very similar deck list overall. Not really too much to talk about. Version 0.5, yeah, this was the initial concept. I do think that the big difference maker here is that this one was not main decking Hurricane. That's kind of the difference, is that this one doesn't main deck Hurricane. Here we have a team on Draco Ray Solar. Interesting, this one plays the Luxomare. But what's extra interesting is this is on Luxomare without the Cunning Offer and the 6/6. I think that those cards are really, really cool. The Cunning Offer stuff, because theoretically, Luxomare Cunning Offer is one of the only ways to cast 3 Elestrals in a single turn. With the only other decks capable of doing that are stuff like Morfrost and Blizztrix right now. So theoretically, and don't take this as law, because I tested this and it does not work, but theoretically, Luxomare is the only deck capable of keeping pace with Blizztrix. This is not true in practice, but theoretically that is a factual statement. But here's my big thoughts. I think that the Elestrals team really fumbled Cunning Offer. I think that they had a chance to make Luxomare and Cunning Offer a really, really interesting strategy that you would want to play. The only thing they had to do was make Cunning Offer into a counter rune. That's all they had to do. So let's talk about that. So you go Luxomare, you set Cunning Offer, and then you have interesting decision making. If your opponent Hurricanes you, do you chain that Cunning Offer? Because if you chain Cunning Offer, you have to give your opponent the Luxomare in the main phase, which means that they can attack with it. Sure, you get a 6/6, but now if they have Earthquake or Laurels or something, they can pop it. And now they get to beat you with your own card. Or they can ascend over your own card in the main phase. If it is on, but if it's not a Hurricane or something to force it out, then whenever your opponent runs out Luxomare and they have any back row, the opponent then has to consider, okay, if I go combat and I try to deal with this Luxomare, which is a 4/5, so it's hard to deal with. Let's say I Zeus it down, right? And then I try to attack it. If my opponent goes, I'll Cunning Offer, give you my Luxomare, which is in defense, so you can't attack with it, but it's on your board now. And then I get out my 6/6. I have a dude on the board that's going to stop the battle phase. Unless you have an altar or something to get rid of the Luxomare I gave you, I get it back at the end of the turn. And then I get another dude off of the 6/6. And now I'm starting my dude with 3 dudes plus a dude that I cast from hand. Which means that you can change the tide of the game completely by going Cunning Offer and, you know, like you give up your dude for a turn, but then you come back with an army ready to turn the tides on your opponent. However, all that nuance is lost because it became an Invoke Rune, and now the card's just terrible. Now it's just awful. It went from being a potentially super, super interesting card, and now it's just really bad. So in this deck, it's just a vanilla, and that makes me very sad. But we do see the Cock-Array, Drake-Array line plus First Light being played. We see the Galaxies, we see the Kathmels, we see the Lumarus. Basically, this is a 5s deck, but it heals you. And I think that that's a good enough place to be for Drake-Array. I think it's actually pretty decent. Here we have Dimax. Shoutouts Dimax on Bug Box. And this was actually one of the decks that kind of inspired our future deck building at the premiere. Is this Ardbud, plus Nobby kind of strategies, like having the Demeters like for the beat sticks plus Nobby, getting to your Nobby, you know, playing beat down in kind of a 5 strategy, 5's core. This was very similar to the deck that I almost brought to the premiere. I almost played like a Bug Box, but switched to the Thunder stuff at the last minute. But this seems like a very early version of that as well, because it's on the double Gator, it's on Fulgorix, it's on 3 Demeters, because we have the Titanostox in here. It's on Divine Healing, which I'm not a fan of Divine Healing, but I'm glad that it did well for Dimax. But as you can see, this is clearly an earlier version of the theory that we went with, because there's no Hurricane. Deck was not on Hurricane because I was too lazy to boot up my printer. That's why I lost the final round of Swiss and top 8. Yeah, exactly. So this was definitely an earlier version of the deck and its strategy. But I do think that this is still like a very valid form of deck that I think does compete with the Thunder Lunar aggro that we see pop up. We've seen it pop up a few times here in the PNM, but we know it pops up again in the Premiere. And I think that we've kind of entered a new era of Alestrals, which is that we still have Earth and Thunder kind of as our front runners in this first year of Alestrals, because Zeus and Demeter are just broken cards. But we see the Nobby Lunar stuff replace a lot of the cards that were like intrinsic to those strategies before, to really the only remaining parts of those shells are just the Divines themselves plus the Rabbits and the Chicks. And, you know, every deck's going to be playing Rabbit anyway. So it's really just the Divine. So this is really just a Nobby deck with some flavoring. And I think that that's kind of a good direction to see, is that Moonrise has done a very good job of taking decks that were already good and giving them new toys to transform them into something a little bit different, which I do like. Then we got top 4. We got Atom on the Vol Tempest deck, which was super cool to see. This is kind of the jump scare Vol Tempest. It's on 3 Zeus, the Griffuse, this deck is kind of like gone in waves of like whether or not it's playable over the past year or so. And this one's really interesting because it's not on Foamy. Foamy was kind of the tech card for a while. Maybe because of the amount of Spectrus that was seeing play, it's not on Foamy anymore. I still think Foamy really good card. So cool to see that this deck popped up and is still kicking. I think that Vol Tempest is always going to be a very scary jump scare, but I do think that this is a deck that is unfortunately good again due to Zeus being back at 3, and I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen it as much. But like, this is another reason why, you know, stuff like Dense Fog has been seeing play, is because your opponent can just drop a Vol Tempest on you, you know. And I do think that this was kind of a mistake bringing Zeus back to 3 because of stuff like this. So not a big fan to see Vol Tempest return, but cool that it did top. This is Braden's only loss in Swiss, yeah. And I think it makes sense because, you know, Vol Tempest just being a really good jump scare and just like a you can't do anything about me type card is very, very scary. Here we have another Thunder. This is Prime's list. They're on an Aviolith, which is really interesting. Not a fan of Aviolith, but maybe that could just be a Hurricane. And then this is, again, just very standard Thunder. Like, it's very standard. Here we do have I'll add the cliff note about Joblin. I do think Joblin bad card, but I do think Joblin good card, specifically in Thunder. Because I think Joblin Search Olympus is very different than Joblin Search anything else. Because when Joblin searches Olympus, it becomes a raid leader. And it buffs every dude that you control. When Joblin is not raid leader, bad card. This is Monarchs. Oh, this is Monarchs, actually. Oh, this is Thunder Monarchs. Oh. You're right. It's not really Monarchs because we don't have 3 Lavalith, 3 Arcalith anymore. But I guess we can kind of call this Monarchs in a way. I would still just call this Thunder, though. I thought Joblin good Thunder card. Yeah, it is a good Thunder card. But I think it's very bad in every other context. I think Joblin searching anything other than Olympus is very, very bad. I think Joblin will be a generically good card if and when we get stadiums that actually do something that are not specifically in the Bears archetype. Here we have Braden's Lunar aggro deck. So this is kind of the precursor of what is to come. And pretty unsurprisingly, but also kind of surprisingly, it is actually very similar to what we played in the premiere that did so well, which is that it is a Nobby deck. It's a Nobby Werepup deck with Spectruses. It does have the Joblin Temple stuff, which I don't think is very good. But at this point in history, it was, you know, like the thing to do. And it is maining Thunderstorm, but we see the Hurricanes to tag out. So the idea is already kind of starting to form, and I think that is why this deck probably performed pretty well, is that it's running like a precursor version of the concept of Nobby plus back row clear equals good. We do see a lot of the phase stuff in the side, which I'm not the biggest fan of. Also, a little bit light on the real counter runes. We're playing 11 total, but 3 of them are full moon, which don't count. PTA, I'm not a big fan of. I don't love this card. And then we have the 3 gaze, 2 tsunami. So I think just shuffling around some of the ratios here does kind of land you on a really good list, which is, you know, what we played in the weeks prior. But really cool to see this deck already kind of shaping up in the first event. So this is very much like the most refined Lunar aggro list that we saw in this tournament, and unsurprisingly, it got second place. Here we have the winner, Bean Soldier, the Morfrost deck. I hate you, Josh. So I don't know if, like, Josh, can I let the cat out of the bag on this one? Like, where's Josh at? Can I let the cat out of the bag about this deck? Yeah, Morfrost. I'm going to take that, yeah, as out of context encouragement. So, Morfrost actually bad deck. Morfrost very bad deck. I think Josh was, the intention was for Josh to drop at, like, X3 so that he could go edit a video. And instead, he ended up winning because Josh, very good player. But I do understand this. One of the big takeaways that we had, both me and Josh. Whoa. Josh, I'll time you out again. Let me speak the narrative. I'm speaking the narrative. One of the big takeaways, though, is a lot of people do not know how to play against Scorpion Form, or at least in this early tournament. And I wouldn't be surprised if people still don't know how to play against Scorpion Form. Because I know that I had this happen for me. But also, I think this happened for Josh as well, is this deck performed because people did not realize that Scorpio is not a guarantee. Like, so a lot of people would Gorgon's Gaze Scorpio on the discard. So, like, you go Scorpio to drop something's defense to 0, and they would Gorgon's it there, not knowing that if you wait until the end phase and it expends 2 for cost, and then you Gorgon's it there, it doesn't pop. A lot of people didn't know that. Another big thing with Scorpion is that you can go, like, if your opponent has Werepup, and you go Scorpion, target Werepup, you know, get out your bat, and then you move to end phase. If you go player priority in the end phase to expend 2 to destroy, and your opponent chains to that a full moon, they're not getting their Like Void on the board. Because it'll go Chainlink 1 Scorpion to pop, Chainlink 2 full moon to enchant, and then, you know, the Chainlink 3 Werepup to trigger. Werepup triggers, resolves, moves itself to limbo, gets enchanted, gets destroyed. New chain, limbo, resolve without effect. Which did come up for me. I think that came up for Josh as well. So in this tournament, Scorpion seriously overperformed because people did not know that in order to do that, you could just, when your opponent tries to leave their main phase, you flip up the full moon and then you ascend into the Leica Void. Now the Scorpion did nothing. So it was really just kind of a knowledge check on people as to why Scorpion did so well. Scorpion did do a very good job, though, at being a good card, because Scorpion is a good card. Because it outs Galaxies, it outs a lot of defense position Alestrals, it does pop stuff, but it's easier to play around Scorpion than you would think. Also, there was a lot less Spectrus in this event than you would expect. So, you know, the Morphrost Terraform definitely overperformed. And, you know, a lot of this stuff. But just the swarming potential of this deck is really, really strong. But really a lot of what this deck was it was just a knowledge check on a lot of people. Scorpion, good card and good check. Yeah, it was a very good knowledge check card. Unfortunately, though, this deck is actually like not super good if your opponent knows the rulings and knows how to play against it. Which is why I don't think we saw it convert in the Premier, because the players who were running it probably eventually queued into someone who had tested with Josh and knew the rulings eventually. Even if they were undefeated, they probably eventually hit a wall where it's like, oh no, why do these opponents know how these cards work? And that's kind of the biggest flaw with this deck. But I think that one of the big takeaways from this PNM early is that Scorpion Morphrost stuff is really good in the format, because in both the best performing Blizz decks and the well, I don't think Hunter Surge was on it in his Blizz, but I know it wasn't mine. And in the Josh list, the Morphrost cards, MVP cards, very, very, very good cards. So shout outs to Morphrost. They are really cool cards. Definitely something to keep your eye on, especially as Morphrost gets more support. Every time they print a card that says Morphrost on it, this deck gets stronger. So Frost, definitely very formidable, and will definitely hit a critical mass of just good cards sooner or later. And we're already starting to get to that point. So definitely keep your eye on Frost. So questions, comments. Real quick, any questions or comments for us? Remember to like, comment, subscribe, because we're at the, what is it, like an hour or two mark now? Yeah, it's about hour and a half mark before we move on to the big premiere, the every deck of the premiere. This is what we all really came for. Two more Frost I played, got rolled by Spectrus. Yeah, that's the other thing, is that Spectrus, Dense Fog, those cards just kind of wall out Morphrost completely. Think they should print more Frost cards. I think so too. I think that there's a lot of more Frost cards that they need to print. We've easily got 3+ hours left. Yeah, easily. Oh, that's what that is. Awesome. Well, let's move on to the other premiere. So this is the premiere. This is the premiere now. So, the question Law poses for us was, were the Poison Nectar monthly results a psyop? I'm going to say yesn't. I think that a lot of the things that we see in the Poison Nectar monthly will reoccur in this event. So, also, I'm calling any Ardbud Bug Toolbox list Bug Snacks just to piss Trish off. I came up with the name Bug Stacks. Why would that upset me? I'm literally the one that named the deck Bug Snacks. Why would that upset me? What? That was my name. I named it Bug Snacks. But hold on, let's take a look at this. So here's what I'm gonna say. Here's what I'm gonna say on Poison Nectar Monthly. Poison Nectar Monthly had one fewer rounds of Swiss than the than the other, than the Premier. Here's my guess, is that some of the top 8 decks that we see here, like Thunder, like Vault Tempest, Bug, Draco Ray, you know, like we see the Lunar aggro stuff, but like Penta, these decks, the ones that are not Lunar, I think that they're still going to perform well, and they're just not going to finally convert after one more round of Swiss. I think that that is going to be my prediction, is that we're going to see similar results, but given extra rounds of Swiss, I think that the field narrows and we get more refined results. So Whale would send all of the copies of Morphrost to the grave. Does Whale kill all Morphrost? I think so. Can I use Nexus Banks on bank holidays? That's a Skyhawk question. But Dan A Drive did respond to me in a DM saying yes. So, in the Premier, we had 12 Blizztrix, 12 Lunar aggro, 6 Morphrost, so that was a Psyop. Shout outs to the Psyop. 5 Lunar Ascension, which... What the fuck is Lunar Ascension, Law? 4 Bug Snacks, 4 Penta, 4 Water Reanimators, 3 5s, 3 Change Position, 3 Fulgorics, 3 Rhinosec, 3 Thunderbox, 3 Voltemp. I'm not going to question it. 2 Solar Ascension, 2 Draking, 2 Fire Nexus, 2 Phosphocell, a Brontaglow, 1 Centarbor, 1 Earth Nexus, 1 Infernax Windbox, 1 Heal Solar, 1 Mill, 1 Random Bullshit Go. Oh, I can't wait to see what Random Bullshit Go is. 1 Solar Box and 1 Volclipse. We really have to start condensing these decks, because I guarantee you half of these decks are going to be the same archetype, just that Law has thrown a funny name on. Guarantee you that half of them are all going to be the same deck. A deck using Kamalis for a 3-drop in the primary and only game plan. Got it. So it's Lunar aggro. Alright, so we got O2 drop Blizztrix. This one is... Oh, this is actually kind of interesting. This one is on Cryoling Cryovern. Interesting thing about this is that when I was talking to Justin... maybe a week or 2 before the premiere, we were going back and forth on do we want to play Blizz or do we want to play Lunar aggro? And the way I described Blizz to Justin was it's kind of like playing Cryovern, like Cryoling Cryovern deck, except you're just playing a little bit of a better version of it, because you can just like you just play like your Snowlits and then your Ass Prowls and blah, 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 blah. And, like, it's just, like, kind of a more consistent version of the Cryoling Cryovern deck. So, interesting to see that they're playing both in the same deck. I do think that that's not horrible. I see the Drops of Leaf. That card is horrible. O2 drop. No surprise. It had a Drops of Leaf in it. But I do think that other than, like, the Drops of Leaf specifically... And, like, the Cryoling Cryovern stuff being a little suspect, but interesting, like, development. Like, I think it's an interesting thing to play around with in this deck. Overall, I think this is a pretty solid deck list. Seeing more back row right out the gate is pretty good. We see an 0-1 drop Blizztrix. Let's go. This one is already interesting to me. It's on less back row. It's on 2 shield, 2 gaze, siding the 3rd copies of each with 3 poison tip in the side. It is playing Astrabbit, which all good decks start with Astrabbit. Has 2 Narpoon, though, which I'm not a fan of. 3 Enfrostics, we've already talked about. Plus the Snowlit line and the Snowmen. Avalanche, we already talked about. Boreas is something that I do enjoy. I don't hate Boreas in Blizztrix, because I do think that Water Reanimator is one of its only bad matchups, and Boreas is really good in that matchup. And I also think Aurora Borealis is a really cool card in this deck. However, I think that we are a little bit too light on some of the other good cards. Like, there's not enough back row. There's only 4 back row, but I do like seeing that the Aurora Borealis is in the deck, because I've been liking that card a lot recently in my testing. But we're not playing Typhlints in the main deck to pair with that, and that feels bad. So something that I did personally is my personal Blizztrix list plays no Ambrosias, but plays 2 Aurora Borealis and 2 Typhloid, or not Typhloid, Catarants in the main deck. Because you heal more than you would off the Ambrosia, but it gives you like good discard outlets for, like, say you have Blizz in your hand and like you have Blizz Rise but no Blizz in the grave. Now you can pitch the Blizz and then rise it back, for example. So that's really strong. You can like go cast Catarant, heal 2, and then Aurora Borealis, heal 1, heal 2 more by enchanting to the Catarant from the Underworld. Then you could go Rise, cast off the Catarant. So you're basically casting for free. Your Rise costs 1, and then you cast out the Blizz using the spirits that you healed back. And you basically go profit, which is really nice. You can do stuff like pitch a Bat form out of your hand on the opponent's turn in order to just float an extra body so that you can then ascend into a Blizztrix or into like a Morolith or something. So it has a lot of cool uses, so cool to see that they're on it. Unfortunately, they only played 1 round, and they dropped after they lost 1 game. But we see a lot of the concepts here, just maybe some of the ratios are a little wonky. This is a 1/3 drop Blizztrix. This one is, again, just not getting there. It's on... I do like these ratios a bit more. It's on the Morphrost, it's on the Snowmen, it's on the Blizzes, it's on the Narpoons, it's on the 3-seater, which I like. But again, only 6 back row, and it's on Avalanche and Ambrosia. So again, the problem with the Avalanches is really the space, is those could be the Tsunamis in the main deck. You could main deck the Tsunamis. We can, we could cut the Ambrosias for the Hurricanes. It's really hard to fit stuff into this deck. I think that's the big problem with Blizz, is that there's a lot of pitfalls to fall into in Blizztrix with cards that you look like you want to play. Like Avalanche, you read me Avalanche and you tell me Blizz doesn't want to play that card, and I'm going to call you crazy until I play a lot of Blizztrix, and then I'm like, okay, you kind of don't want to play this card because I still really want to draw back row, and I have to make a cut somewhere, and it's probably the Avalanche. So that's really the trap. And the other trap with Blizz is that it's a really hard deck to pilot. Like, you would think that it's actually not, because it's kind of just like, go to the casino. All right, I'm going to go Snowlit. Oh, look, I hit Cedar Soar Asprawl, I win. Versus, oh, I hit 3 Rise, I lose. But there's actually a lot of skill expression in Blizz. It's just a different type of skill expression. It's a lot of like resource management and RNG manipulation, RNG management type skill. And I think that any little minor thing that you can do in Blizz to make the deck slightly more optimized goes a super long way. So I'm really excited to see the list that performed at the highest level. We do see the 1/1 Blizztrix. This is playing Tadflow and No Stone. Again, not really a fan of No Stone. I'm also not a fan of Tadflow, because Tadflow, unlike Tadpuff, they kind of do the same thing. However, Tadpuff expends 1 to special cast it, whereas Tadflow, I think you expend 1 to special ascend it, which is infinitely worse, because it means that you expend 1 to get Gorgon's Gazed, and then you just pass, which feels very, very, very bad. So not really a fan of that. So Hearthstone players would be good at it? Yes, actually. That's why I like this deck, is because I used to be a Hearthstone player. I used to play a lot of Hearthstone. So that's why I like this deck. That's also why, unlike Yu-Gi-Oh!, I also like other RNG management type decks. Because I think that that's a really fun thing to do in card games, is to say, okay, like, I have X potential things that can happen. How do I maximize my probability of having X good thing happen if the payoff of X good thing happen is better than just do literally anything else in the game? And, I think that that's the category Blizz falls into. And unfortunately, that is a very hard deck type to succeed with consistently. I think that that's what we see. For example, 2/5 Blizztrix on Paleoth in Blizztrix. This is something that I've talked about before. We tested, we didn't like, and unfortunately it did go 2/5. But playing the Paleoth to dump the Cedar Soar, get a Cedar Soar on board is, you know, cool because it lets you float. Playing Mystic Tomato in the Blizzstrix decks doesn't seem bad. Unfortunately, it didn't do well because you kind of don't want to put those Earth Spirits in the deck. It is playing Drops of Leaf, which we've talked about. I'm going to go on a limb, though, and say that this might be cards I own Turbo. Because it's only on 2 Blizzstrix. It's on a lot of more Frost cards. It's on 3 Paleoth, which is weird. It's on Drops of Leaf, which is bad. It only has 1 Rise in it, which feels bad. And then it has no side deck. So I'm going to go with this being cards I own Turbo. There's another 2-3 Blizzstrix. This one's on Ash Rabbit. I do think Ash Rabbit's a cool card to play in Blizzstrix, because it's really scary to, you know, mill a good card. Or, like, let's say you mill all 3 Rises, and then you have to go, like, you have no way to get it back. Unfortunately, I don't think that Ash Rabbit's the way to go about it. I think Pandison is actually better, because that would allow you to play Earth Spirits both for Cedar Soar and for Earthquake as well. So Ash Rabbit, probably not the right call, but decent thought process. Ash Rabbit can also be Spoil Fruited, which is really stupid, even if it doesn't target a spirit. So probably not the right call in this deck. So moving on. Here we have a 2-3 Blizz. This one is very similar to the list that I think I played in the P&M. However, and it has like made some changes that I do like. Though it's on fewer back row, so it's still not as good as I think it could be. But they are moving, I think, closer in the right direction. They are still on 3 Enfrostics, which I'm not a fan of. They're still on 3 Avalanche, which we're not a fan of. But they are now on main deck Hurricane and 7 back row, which is more than 6. So I do like that. And top 4 lists are same main deck. My friend brought my list. I think the biggest difference is I played slower to try and RNG manip in my favor more often. Yeah, that can be it. It can also be with Blizzstrix that sometimes like sometimes you have a good game and sometimes you have a really bad game. So good to hear that this list did do better, and it is closer in line with what I would have wanted to see. I do think that you can change some ratios around in this deck, though, to get it to do the things that you want it to do even more consistently. And that's just stuff like, you know, cutting down on stuff like Ambrosia. Like, those for me are the, what are they called? Are like the Aurora Borealises. And then putting in stuff like the Morfrost line, because those cards are really, really strong. But good to see that this deck list did still perform. But it also, you know, had a bad beat. And I think that that's kind of the thing with Blizzstrix, is it's very polarizing. Because at the end of the day, you still have to do be a little bit lucky for this deck to work. But I did like that list more than the ones we've seen before. This is 3-3. This is another another Blizzstrix deck. This one's on the Gloombats, which again I've talked about. I don't really like. The theory here with Gloombat is that if your opponent sets 2 back row and you're going second, you can just Gloombat, pop a back row, and now you have a Dude Engrave for Morlith, which I understand, but I'm not a fan of playing the Lunar Spirit because I think the Spirit deck is a little tight. I'm also not a fan of not having any Water Spirits in the main board, because sometimes you just want to run out Water Ass Prowl to beat over something. Because one of the things I think Blizz has going for it that's really, really good is that it actually has a pretty decent Lunar aggro matchup, because if your opponent has Werepup plus a back row, and you just cast like Water Ass Prowl, you know that they have to shield you. If they don't shield you exactly, you are preventing them from getting to Like a Void, because they have to go Full Moon, enchant to Like a Void, or to Werepup, ascend into Like a Void, and then it's still not big enough to beat the Ass Prowl. So that is one of the things that I think that even if you're not playing the Tsunamis or the Narpoons in the main deck, you really should be on the Water Spirits just to like know that you can clear those Like a Voids, because that's actually really good. Here we have another 3-3 Blizzstrix. This one is also on the Morfrost stuff, but it's playing a much bigger Morfrost package. Not a fan of the Morfrost package, but I am a fan. Wait. Law. This isn't even Blistrix. Hold on. This is just Morfrost. This literally is not even Blistrix. This is just Morfrost. There's literally no part of this deck is Blistrix. Huh. Well, this was Morfrost. It went 3-3. Yeah, not too much to say about this. Not playing the mountains in the main deck doesn't feel great because the biggest thing about this list, or about this deck, is that you have Boreas plus Terror as a way to just make your Terror like insurmountable. And it's not doing that. So, not sure if I'm a fan of that. Just on standby in case more Frost gets mentioned. Yeah, I love Josh. This is... Okay, so now we actually have a 3-3 Blistrix. This one's on Zeus. That's awesome. I am a fan of the Zeus. I also see the Aurora Borealis is in here with the Catarants in the main. So that's really cool. I do like seeing that. However, I prefer seeing that over Ambrosia, whereas this one is doing it with Ambrosias and with the Avalanches and only 2 Blistrix. And the problem I have with doing all of that is that there's just no space for back row. So I would have liked to see this deck like cut out the Avalanches and some stuff, and like the Ambros to fit in back row, because without back row, this deck feels very, very weak. But Blistrix, whenever it has a back row, feels unbeatable. Blistrix with a back row feels like an unbeatable deck. Weird. One use Zeus if you Elchick get to it. I think it makes sense in this deck. Like I'm not gonna lie. I think that it actually makes a ton of sense in this deck to do one Elchick, like the one use Zeus, because you're probably not playing the Zeus unless you're going for a push. And I think that's totally fine. I think also having Elchick and like having cards that you can run out in order to you know, bait stuff out like Gorgon's Gaze to make way for like the Snowlits and the Asprowls and the Blistrixes later is really, really good. I think that that's also why I like Hurricane in this deck, is you either need to bait out Gorgon's Gaze or you have to remove it completely in order to get the Blistrix down onto the board and have it start doing its thing. And having the Zeus there as a way to clear some annoying Alestrals can come up. Like, I've had that come up before. Like, for example, Asprowl plus Zeus, or like Morolith Zeus beats Oistillery, for example, which is an issue card for this deck sometimes. So I understand that. I don't think it's like super necessary, but maybe with some like refinements to the deck, you could find space for it. Also having Zeus plus Cryoblast is really, really nice. But kind of the thing with Blistrix is if you're playing Blizz, it's because you don't want to go to the battle phase. This is a deck that you play because you want to avoid walking into counter runes as much as possible. Like, you don't want to get shielded. You know that you want to remove the pieces from the puzzle. You want your opponent to, you know, like feel hopeless. And stuff like Zeus doesn't like align with that strategy. So I think that that's why it's normally excluded. But I don't think these are bad cards to fit if you could find space. I just think that the cards that we have cut to include these are probably the wrong cards to cut. This is a 5-2 Blistrix though. So we've made a big jump. This is a pretty decently performing Blizz. So good to see that Blizz is still making it to top 16. So pretty big jump. This one plays the Gloombats and the No Stones. I think I actually played against this opponent in Swiss. And I think I probably... I'm trying to see, because they said that they were missing cards. The one that I played against. I can't remember what they said they were missing. This is me. Okay, yeah, okay, it was Time Wizard, because I do remember I played against Time Wizard. Okay, yeah, so I think I played you really early on, so I'm glad to see that you actually, like, kept winning after we played, because I know, like, when we played, I think that I just rolled the shit out of you. Like, and I felt bad about it. Like, I felt like, oh my god, like, I really did just bully the shit out of this deck. I guess this deck wasn't good. But awesome to see that you bounce back. So, very proud. So, and knowing that this is also a list of Blizz tricks that did not have all the cards they need. So you can see there's only one Moralith in here, but 2 no stones. I think the no stones are here because the other Moralists were in the mail. So for what this list is, awesome job. Super, super awesome job. And on top of that, it's no surprise that this deck did pretty well because it's doing a lot of the things that I said that this deck would want to do. And that is, it plays more back row. This is on 8 back row in the main. Not sure if that is, if like only 2 Gorgon's Gaze is like cards I own turbo, or if there just wasn't space. But I don't like the Gloombats, but I'm going to mark that under cards I own turbo. Especially, but like I also still don't like it here. Just because of the 1 copy of Moralith, it kind of loses its luster. And I do know that that was like a thing that came up during our game, is that I think you went for a Gloombat to try and put dudes in the grave for the Moralith, only to realize that you had hit a Lunar Phase Full Moon, and after you had done that, and I ascended, we had the same number of dudes in the grave, making the card ultimately worthless. But I do like the concept there. And again, like, this deck is fitting all the cards that it wants to play. It's fitting the Avalanches. Like, it still has the Avalanches, has the Ambrosias, and it has like stuff like Gloombat and No Stone. But I think if you trim some of those cards, we can already see how this deck would have space to play all the back row it wants to play and then still do blister stuff, which is awesome. And that's super, super cool. So I think that this is like definitely in line with what I would want to see out of Blizz. I think the Morfrost stuff in this deck is really, really good. So like we can fit it, but like maybe it doesn't even need Morfrost. Like maybe this deck doesn't actually need Morfrost, and maybe like you can just play this deck as just like the Blizztrix line plus some Narpoons, and you know, be okay with that. So interesting to see Blizz. So that's the highest performing Blizz that did not make it to top cut. They're meant to be Hurricane also in the mail. Yep. So there you can see this list does follow a lot of the things that I predicted for Blizz to want to be doing with the list that I played at the PNM. It wants to be playing stuff like Hurricanes. It wants to be playing stuff like back row. And unsurprisingly, when this deck has Hurricanes and it has back row removal and it has back row itself, it performs really well. So good to see that the theories are checking out with Blizz. So let's look at Lunar Aggro. This is Lunar Aggro with Pen Terror, which is super, super cool. And it's also really funny to see this, because we were talking during the PNM that Hydrake is just bad Nobby. What card is missing from this deck? Nobby. So it's very fun to look at this because this list is kind of doing the Lunar thing. Like they hit the nail on the head with what Lunar wants to be doing, but they were just slightly behind the curve on which cards accomplish the goal the best. And so if you look at this Hydrake line just as the Nobby line, this deck suddenly makes a ton of sense. So if you just cut out the Hydrakes for the Nobby line, this deck is infinitely better. There's going to be a Nobby Hydrake. No, there's no Nobby in here. So what this list is this is a player that has identified what Lunar wants to do. Lunar wants to be playing stuff like Spectrus. It wants to be playing stuff like Rabbit, like good 5 cards. It plays the Werepups because it gets into a 6, which does a lot of damage. Like, it has those good cards. And then it said, okay, and then we want a big, dumb beater that is a battle beater. And it picked the wrong battle beater. But it had the right idea because Nobby and Hydrake form a dichotomy with one another. And they simply just picked the wrong of the two. But they had the right idea. They're also on too many Lunar phases, I would say. They fell into the Ambrosia trap that I think a lot of people fall into. They probably have too much Lunar in here. Boombat is also a trap. This is like some weird psyoping from Go Second format or like removal format that we're still trying to like unteach, I think. So if you're unfamiliar with the lore of like metagames and Celestials, there was a very brief format where everyone kind of realized that Celestials had a critical mass of removal spells, and it had a removal problem where there was really no incentive to go first, because you could just go second and then like choose to go second. You get a draw for free, which your opponent doesn't get. And then you have 3 EQ, 3 Laurels, you have 3 Cryoblasts, you have Zeus at 3, and you could just remove anything that came out in front of you. And that's why Laurels and EQ got hit, is because there was just too much removal. And part of that has been that people were also in that format playing Boombat, because why would you bother like putting dudes on the board knowing that they're just going to get popped? And the decks were just playing as many pops as possible to remove that. So because of that, a lot of people still play Boombat, because there was a period where we were all playing Boombat. And I think the community as a whole still has a little bit of unlearning to do. And yeah. But shout out to Boombat. Oh my god. And that's a huge jump. Hold on. This is the only negative record Lunar aggro in the whole tournament. That's insane. Because the very next Lunar aggro, keep in mind, there's the same number of Blizz tricks as there were Lunar aggro. 12 and 12. Only one Lunar aggro went negative. Whereas with Blizz tricks, I think only one or two went positive. Huge dichotomy there. So here, this is very similar to kind of what me and the gang played. This one is on the Eddies in the main, but it's still on the Joltons. Only one Tsunami in main is really, really strange. It's got the Pharaohgeist. It's got the Double Gator. The Jolton food for other nobbies, so those are probably bad, but we've talked about that. 3 Full Moon is probably too many. But then it has the Magnetic Force Field. What does this card do again? It was for something. Magnetic Force Field. Can only be cast when an opponent activates a non-counter rune effect that causes you to expend spirits. Negate that effect, and your opponent must expend 2. I remember discussing playing this in Blizzstrix as a way to stop opponents siding Eruption against us. That did bad, just trolled. That's wild. Yeah. The only Lunar aggro deck that that didn't go positive was trolling with Pentair. Is awesome. So not really sure what deck they were afraid of where they were playing Magnetic Force Field. I think where this deck probably failed the most is probably in its side deck, and it maybe wasn't as developed on the main deck theory as other Lunar aggros might be. But insane to see that the second lowest Lunar aggro got 29th. So here we have 26th, 4-3, another Lunar aggro. Almost identical main deck to the last one, actually, with the Joltons, with the Double Gator, with the Pharaohgeists, a 1 Comalis in the deck. It has 1 Hurricane in the side. This might be a little bit of cards I own with the sideboard, because the sideboard's not very much developed. But we do see the theory emerge here with the double Thunderstorm in main. So maybe they were kind of net decking off of Braden from the PNM, and it went 4-3. Here we have 25th place. We have another. This looks like a Braden net deck again, with the Jolton Temple, with the Full Moons, Thunderstorms, blah, 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 blah. Pharaohgeist still in the main. So again, this deck proving itself capable of going 4-3. It does have Pandasin in here, and the sideboard a little bit more complete this time. I think this to me looks like a complete net deck. Where one thing that's really interesting though is that they are on a Frost Spirit with no Cryoblast in their deck. There's no Cryoblast in here, but they're still on the Frost Spirit, either because they net decked, or because they were afraid of opposing Cryoblast. 29th is Brayden. Ah. Okay, I have no idea what's going on with Brayden's deck. I think he should have just queued his previous list, because 1 Tsunami seems really bad. That seems like cards I own. Or, sorry, 25th. Oh, my bad. Okay. Okay, so this literally is Brayden. Was he on Cryoblast in the PNM? I feel like he was. I think the 1 Frost Spirit is good, though. The 1 Frost Spirit to put under the Like Void does feel really good. But not being on Cryoblast is a little bit weird. I think that those should have probably come in over something like Spud Fruit. 21st place, we have yet another... this looks like, again, very similar to what Brayden played in the PNM. I think a lot of people are just kind of going off of that, and I think we're going to see another... if you were around for, like, the days of Earth Beatdown being the best deck, literally everybody just copied the previous, like... Earth Beat, like, good deck lists, and then you would see a lot of people playing Earth Beat and, like, doing however with, like, a perfect deck list, and then you could, like, point to just skill issue. But again, last minute to be anti-Cryoblast. Nishan from my playgroup. Okay, so again, more of the same playgroups doing well. Makes sense. This one is 5-2. Again, extremely similar lists. Side deck, again, looks pretty much exactly the same. But again, you know, I think it's just these little differences. Like, they still all did well, but the little differences here is, I think, what might have kept them out of top cut in stuff like playing something like Pharaohgeist. Not super strong card. Playing stuff like the Comalices. Not super strong cards. Nobby Temple. Not super strong cards. So these small little differences can have huge impacts, but still good record, 5-2. And yeah, so congrats to them. All got caught too high. 17th is you. Yeah. Okay. So again, same difference, same play group, similar deck building, similar result. Once again, same deck list, same result. 16th, insanely consistent, though, is, I think, the thing that we can point to here, is that all of these lists are extremely similar, and they've all performed very similarly. This one is, I think, the first one main decking the Hurricanes, which is cool to see. I do like the main deck Hurricanes, as we've talked about before. If you want the in-depth explanation on our deck lists, the podcast is up on the channel, so definitely go check that out, because it has me, Justin, Dimax, and Trevor all together talking about the list that we played. No one else believed in it. Yeah, the Eddies go crazy. Eddie, good card. Here we have 12th place. This one is on Kothmel. So this one I do like the most of all the Pharaohgeist lists that we've seen so far. This one I think is my favorite because it does the thing that I talked about where if you're going to play the Pharaohgeist, you should be on Kothmel to justify having that Solar Spirit in your deck, because it's basically like playing an Ambrosia that you can run out and then it heals for 3, right? But it gives you something to do other than playing a Brick Spirit. Lunar Cabal, 1 the money. 1 the money. This is Prime. Okay, this might be Prime. So, again, very similar to all the other previous lists, though. Almost card for card. The 1 Tsunami we see again, which is super, super weird. But this is, I think, the first one to play Altar that did not come out of my test group. But interesting to see. 3 Zeus, I think, is a little bit too much. That feels bricky. I don't like 3 Zeus. But and then I also don't like the Joblin Temple stuff. But again, you know, all good deck, all good card. and then we get more Frost. So insane to see Lunar aggros run. Look at this. I think there's no question in my mind after seeing these results that Lunar aggro is the best deck in the format, because at the worst performing one that was not the Penta troll list went 4-3. And they're all basically identical deck lists. And what's crazy to me is that the only Lunar aggro decks, since this is all the ones that we've seen that haven't topped, the Lunar aggro decks that did not include the Pharaohgeist, that cut the Pharaohgeist stuff, are all the ones that topped. So I think that that's probably the difference maker there, is just not playing the Pharaohgeist. Only problem is everybody playing Specterus and main. Yeah, I agree. And I think that that's part of why you don't play the Pharaohgeist. Is Pharaohgeist bad because Pharaohgeist means that you want to play Calfmel to justify having a Solar Spirit. Calfmel bad because Spectre is good. Therefore, because Spectre is good, Pharaohgeist bad. Zeus just needs to go again. I fully agree. I think that putting Zeus and Demeter back to 3 was a terrible idea, and that those cards need to immediately go back to 1. I think that those cards or be banned, frankly. I don't think they'll do that because I think that they really do not want to ban those cards because they are divine runes, and they're, you know, like, they characterize the archetypes, I guess. But those ones definitely need to go to 1, if not banned, because they just make combat extremely centralizing. I think that actually, this is my prediction. I think if you ban Zeus and Demeter, I think Alestrals becomes less combat focused almost immediately. Almost immediately, I think the game stops revolving around the battle phase. And then people will start playing Ascension type decks, because how do you deal with threats more consistently? Well, if I can't beat over your 5, I'm going to pop your 5. And I think that that is one of the big definers of how Alestrals is played. Is the fact that you can just play a card that is repeatable every single turn. Like, you can play a Zeus, and for the next, I think, 5 turns at its maximum, you can guarantee that your Alestrals will be bigger than your opponents. And that's insane. Like, turning every 5 into an 8 is for 5 turns is at maximum is crazy. And I think that that is kind of the takeaway here, is that the second that like these cards are just very centralizing to how the game is played. Play Mustache, play Armadon defense, checkmate, Nobists. Exactly. If the Nobby decks didn't have access to cards like Zeus and Demeter, they would get immediately walled by stuff like Armadon. Which is awesome, because then you could have like Armadon change position be a thing with like Joblin, where you run out Armadon, your opponent can't deal with it unless they, you know, play a strategy that removes it somehow, like through Ascensions or whatever. And then the opponent can slowly go like, oh, I'll Schnark, and then I'll grab High Tide, and then I'll High Tide, switch the Armadon to attack, and switch your dude to defense. I'll burn you for 1. I'll switch Armadon back to defense. I'll burn you for 1. I'll beat over your dude, and then I'll set some back row. Go ahead. And I think that would become kind of interesting as a format. It slows the pace of the game down a lot, but it forces players to look through the card pool for some of the powerful Ascension Alestrals that have the ability to remove dudes from the board without having to go to battle. And I think that that's what Zeus and Demeter do, is they prevent that stage of Alestrals from ever happening. So you play not for the pop, but for the stat change. Exactly. I think that that is a thing that would happen, and I don't know if that's better or worse Alestrals, but I do think that it is an indicator that Zeus and Demeter have truly defined the entire first year of Alestrals gameplay. The first, really, ever since Prototype, the first really 3 years of Alestrals gameplay have been fully defined by how good Zeus and Demeter are. We do need something to answer big drops. That exactly, but that is kind of like already kind of a thing, is that there are ways to answer big drops. It's just that why would you ever go for the big drop in the first place if you already know that you're just gonna get like beat over by a Zeus? All right, more Frost up next. Oh, one more Frost. So we have the Zeus with the Elichic. So the Zeus Elichic is in the deck. I think that was in Josh's deck. I think he did do that. There's no rabbits in here. I think Josh was on rabbit. Josh, were you on rabbit in your Morphrost deck? I don't remember. So no rabbit. I don't know if that's a change off of Josh. But we see the control. Unfortunately, they didn't play it out, so not too much to say here other than this kind of looks like a Josh net decks. 3 bad, 3 scorpion, holy hell. Okay, so this is different. They are on, no, you were not on rabbit. Okay, so they did not choose to incorporate rabbit, which Josh did not play, but they did choose to bump up the bat scorpion ratios. I think bat and scorpion being at 3 is probably a bit excessive because these cards are all loopable. Here we have another Morphrost. This one went 1-2. This one's on Hurricane. I don't think Josh is maining Hurricane in his list because I don't think this deck is that aggro. But it is on side Waylance, which is something that we talked about earlier. I saw mentioned in chat. I didn't talk about it, but I saw you guys talking about it. So clearly this player expected there to be a lot of Morphrost, and they expected to play the mirror. So the Waylance is actually super smart because you ascend Waylance, you kill any Morphrost, and it rips every Morphrost from their deck, which is awesome. Wrong card with liking because all the white Morphrost looked the exact same, then went back to bed. I should have slept instead of ironing my Moroliths. That's incredible. Keon is actual crack. I love that card. Keon is kind of crack. I do love Keon, but I also hate Keon. I think Keon's very bad. But it is very fun to just have Keon on the board and to say every turn, I'm going to get this card back now. I'm going to play it again. I do love doing that. I do think, let's see, the one altar is a little bit crack fiend. I think playing one of's random back row is probably not very good, just general deck building. I don't know what you would change though. Yeah, not really sure what you would change. This is 2-3 Morphrost. This one, I feel like this looks like an identical Josh net deck. I think this is literally just Josh's deck. So not much to say here, but this goes to show, assuming that this is the Josh exact net deck, is this really goes to show the Josh problem. I'm gonna call it the Josh problem. Josh can queue up with anything he wants and he can win a tournament because Josh is a god. 3 bad, 3 scorp. Okay, so this is slightly different than Josh because I think he played 2-2. Oh, they cut the terrors. That's what it is. So don't cut terror. Terror is the only reason this deck ever wins. This deck literally only wins off of terror and scorpion. Like it's insane how this deck wins because you go Aurora Borealis, pitch bat, and then either summon a terror from grave to jump scare, make your dudes all small, or jump scare pop one of your dudes. Josh could win with a ham sandwich. I agree with that. I every time I play against Josh, he cooks. He literally called me at 2 in the morning the other night to say, Imperawatt is the best deck. I am not joking. He called me to say Imperawatt best deck, and I hung up the phone. Think about that for a second. One Zaptor is crazy. Oh, yeah, that is psychotic. One Zaptor. Wait. Okay, so now, remember when we were having the conversation earlier about, I don't know how we feel about Elichic, like the 2 Zaptors for like Elechic Search Zeus, and then Zeus only gets 1 use. This is Elechic Search Zeus for no effect. This is just Elechic Search Zeus. Don't use Zeus. Incredible. Probably don't do that. Moving on. This is a 3/4 Morfrost. This one's on Polzer. I think this deck cut Zeus, Elechic, and Narpoon from Josh's deck list to play an extra Keon and then some Polzers. I'm going to once again say maybe don't do that. Maybe don't do that. Oh, finally! A positive record Morfrost. I was thinking that this was going to be like the next slide. I was about to say Josh has confirmed that Morfrost bad. But this deck did get one positive cut at least. This one is pre-boarding its Lunar Spirits and then sideboarding Aviolith. Aviolith interesting. I don't think Aviolith good. It did put the Aurora Borealises in the main, which I am a fan of. I do really think this deck is much better when it has Aurora Borealis. I'm not the biggest fan of the Lunar Spirits mainboarded, and here's why. If you have, and in this specific list, like normally I like mainboarding Spirits. I like mainboarding like side deck Spirits, but I think in this list specifically, it's gonna talk about something like it's gonna highlight something that I think is underutilized and under evaluated in terms of Lustrals, and that is Spirit Mind Games. If you're gonna pre-board 2 Spirits for cards that are not in your deck, I would pre-board the Wind Spirits. Why make it the Wind? The Wind Spirits make your opponent fear Hurricane. If you expend a Wind Spirit over the course of game 1 before you expend a Zaptor, your opponent has to question whether or not Hurricane is in your deck. So, and they would also have to question that game 2 and 3. Because even if they take full notes of your Spirit deck, because you're allowed to do that, you, over the course of the game, like at the end of the game 1, like while you're scooping up, you could just ask your opponent, before you concede, can I see your Spirit deck? Or can I see your Underworld? And then you could, on a piece of paper, write down every Spirit and its counts in their Underworld. And you will know for games 2 and 3, every single Spirit in their Spirit deck, unless they side Spirits. So even if they see that you don't have Zaptor in there, after all 20 of your Spirits are expended, they still have to question, are they going to side into a Zaptor to bring in Hurricane against me? You still have to question that the whole time. And what that means is that you are going to seed in your opponent's mind that they cannot set every back row in their hand against you. So by having those Owloons instead of the Lycorises, this Morfrost deck is shooting itself in the foot in a very minor way by telling its opponents that it's probably not on Hurricane. Whereas if they were just Lycorises instead, it can influence how your opponent plays against you. And your opponent might play around a Ghost of a card that is not in your deck. And that might cost them the game. Imagine for a second your opponent has Full Moon Gorgon's Gaze in their hand with a Werepup in their hand. Like your opponent's hand is Full Moon, Gorgon's Gaze, Werepup. And instead of setting both Full Moon and Gorgon's Gaze, they simply just set the Gorgon's Gaze. And then on the following turn, when they play their Werepup, and they search another full moon, they don't have that full moon to enchant to a werepup to go werepup attack, then ascend, attack again, and now my Like Void is unaffected by counter runes. They don't have that anymore because they were too afraid to set that full moon against you because you expended a Wind Spirit and they think you might have Hurricane. So that is one thing to keep in mind that I think that this deck highlights very well, because other than that, this deck seems fine. But I do think that that is the one minor thing that we can talk about, is that if you have a choice, like, you should really think before you put spirits in your deck that don't, in your spirit deck that don't matter. If they're just spirits that have no targets, like there's no cards in your deck that you want to cast those spirits with, at least not game one, think about which spirits you want to show your opponent you play. Because you can do one of two things. You can either show them that you might play Hurricane and make them afraid of it, or let's say you do play Hurricane and you're siding the, like, your side. Let's do it in reverse. Let's say, for example, instead of Aviolith, those are Hurricanes. You would want to play the Lycorises in the side because you don't want your opponent to play around Hurricane against you games 2 and 3. Because they saw your whole spirit deck. They saw you're not on Zaptor. They saw you're not on Lycoris. But if it's Hurricane over Aviolith, who cares, right? Aviolith kind of mid. But if it's Hurricane specifically, you would want to not tell them that you have Lycorises. So you would want to play those Lunars. So those are things that you can do. Throw 2 fire, feign Lavalith. Yeah, exactly. That actually is something that has come up before, where you know, you might be playing, I don't know, let's say you're playing Cryoscorch, for example. You're playing Cryoscorch and you're not playing Lavalith because you only play 1 fire spirit. But expending that 1 fire spirit might tell your opponent that you could play Lavalith until they've seen the rest of your spirit deck. They don't know. Something to think about. Here's another 4/3 Morfrost. This one is on the Elichic with 1 Zaptor but no Zeus, so we've cut Zeus for the second Keon. I think this is otherwise exactly Josh's deck list. This is literally Josh's deck list, except there's no Zeus. It's just second Keon, 4/3. And those are all the Morfrost. So I think that this does kind of prove the point. The cat out of the bag that Morfrost not actually super good. Morfrost is just a Josh being Josh. So now we're on Lunar Ascension. This is 0/3 drop Lunar Ascension with, oh dear God. So this is very similar to, this is playing all the traps for replace mountains for cryo, which is correct. Oh, okay. Morfrost list was skipped. Turns 34s, 3/3, started 3/1, ran into Justin round 5. Oh, dude. Oh, you're the one that was in Blizz Tricks. Okay. We actually, it was not skipped. It was just under Blizz Tricks for some reason, so we already looked at it. That was just a blame law moment. So this is 69th place. Nice. 0/3 drop Lunar Ascension. This one is interesting. This one has triple Comalis, double Porky Wraith. I do like Porky Wraith as a card. I don't think it's like insane. These lists are a different breed. This one for sure is a different breed. I'll give you that, but I don't believe you. I guarantee you I'll find a list in here, and I'm going to call it Lunar Aggro, and I'm going to yell at you. This one is on Posthumus as well as the Pharaohgeist as Big Ascenders. Yeah, this is just playing all the Lunar traps. By traps, I mean pitfalls. All of the bad Lunar cards. Posthumus, very bad card, unfortunately. I think there's a lot of cards in Daybreak that I think had they come out in the middle of Daybreak format without the rest of the Moonrise cards, I think they'd be really good. I think Posthumus falls in that category of cards that were like would have been insane in Daybreak format, but in the context of Moonrise, they suck. So I think that Posthumous falls in that category. Yeah. Artemis, also bad card. Like, it's just a bank, but whenever we see decks that just play a Divine as a bank, usually those decks aren't super good because why are we just playing a bank? But they can be viable rogue, but like, not very good. Posthumous was out during Daybreak format. Yes, but like the rest of the supporting cards around it weren't. Like Artemis, I don't remember if Artemis was legal during Daybreak. It might have been like towards the end, but like we didn't have Comalis with it. So there was no way to get to that Posthumous. Like if you had Comalis plus Posthumous in Daybreak, that might have been a little bit more playable. Imagine if Draco Ray were in Daybreak. Yeah, like Draco Ray is a prime example of it, where I think Draco Ray Solar would have actually been good in Daybreak, but unfortunately, it's not. That was not a thing. I'm also going to switch to a new playlist. Them on their own? No. I mean, like there's certain cards that like, I think if you had like certain parts of Moonrise moved into Daybreak, like certain archetypes would be playable, but in the context of Moonrise, they get power crept by other cards in Moonrise. So here we have 2-3, a Lunar Ascension. This one's on Dense Rob. Carry Off. Dense Robert and Carry On. Is Dimax still here? I think Dimax played against this guy in tournament, and it scared the shit out of Dimax so much that yesterday I was testing against Dense Robert with Dimax because this deck terrified him so much. Which is awesome to see because there is only like 2 or 3 real Alestrals in this deck. In that there are Fauntlets, which are bad. 1 Spectrus. Awesome. There's 3 Comalis. There's 2 Pulveror. There's the 3 Comalis. And then everything else is like a Rune Dude. You have like 3 Carry-Ons. You have 3 Gloombat, which all do nothing by themselves. You have Dense Robert, which is a brick. Pulveror is a brick. Pharaohgeist is a brick. Lavalith is a dude, I guess. We have the 3 Artemis, which are bad. 2 Ambro, which is crazy in this type of a deck. 3 Nog, which we've already discussed. Yeah, I think this deck does a lot of things that we've discussed. I think we can put it that way. But after subtractions, I just want to know how many dudes this deck plays. If we subtract all of the fake dudes in this deck plays, so it looks like 19. Like, this deck appears like it has 19 Alestrals, but in fact, it has -3, -2, -1, that's 6, -3, that's 9, -3 more, that's 12. This deck plays 7 Alestrals, effectively. And none of them have a 5 stat. It plays effectively 2 Faunlet, 3 Comalis, and a Lavalith, and 1 Spectres. Feels like someone just starting this game. Yeah, it does feel that way. Cool to see they went 2-3 though. Here is a 2-5. Let's go. They played it out. We love when people play it out. A 2-5 Lunar Ascender. This looks a little bit better. It does have the 3 rabbits. And it has Nobby Doppelgator, so I knew that this was going to happen. I'm going to yell at Law. If there is a Nobby in the deck list, it is an aggro deck. If it has Nobby in it, it is Lunar aggro. So it has the 2 Eddie. And it has, instead of, interestingly, this one doesn't play the Pharaohgeist. It plays Posthumous as its payoff card. That's kind of sad. And the Pulverors, I really don't understand the Pulverors. Like, I kind of get it. Is that, like, you're playing Artemis because you go Artemis, and then you have the Artemis on the field as your Nexus bank for Comalis, right? And you search your dude, and then you drop Pulveror onto the board. I disagree. Well, you're wrong. Like, the defining characteristic of Lunar aggro is that it plays Nabi. Like, that is the defining characteristic of Lunar aggro. It is not Werepup. Because you can play Werepup in a non-aggro deck. Like, there is a variant of Lunar that is not aggro that plays 3 Werepup like a Void. And that's Volclips. So Nabi is the decider. Yeah, this one's like a Lunar Ascension aggro. Like, it's kind of like trying to play both fields because Pulveror is an aggro card. Yeah. And then they have like the Dense Fog, like the Toxiri Dense Fog stuff on the side. Is just thrown into a deck for fun. Then you're just playing a deck for fun for aggro. There, stop fighting. No, shut up, Wirtz. 3 actually playable Lunar decks. Yeah, I think Moonrise did do a really good job of giving us cards from a new like in the new color that are playable on launch. Let's say a last minute sideboard choice. Okay, but like, here's the thing. It still makes your deck aggro because it's an aggro card. Everything is mid-range. Yeah, you can call anything mid-range if you try hard enough. So this is kind of nice, but still 2-5. Nice that they played it out. Here's a 3-4. This one's, is that 3 plucky? What the hell? Hold on. Why is there 4 solar? And the only solar card in the deck is Plucky. And Pharaohgeist. So this is a deck building fallacy that I guess we can bring up again. Is a lot of people who are newer to the game. Okay, this actually is very much a I'm new to Alestrals type deck because they don't have a completed side either. So this might just be 3 starter deck turbo. Cards I own turbo. Told you these are a different breed. I'll give you that, but I knew that there was going to be an aggro snuck in here. I don't know what's in the water, but use a filter is an insane line. That's awesome. But here's a deck building fallacy that we can bring up again. Just because you have 4 solar spirits on cards that can be played in your deck, like there's 3 Plucky, 1 Pharaohgeist, and there's 4 Luminape in the deck. That implies that this player expects to play all 3 copies of Plucky and a Pharaohgeist over the course of the game, which is completely unrealistic. So that's a deck building fallacy to address. I think there's, and you see it repeated actually with the carry on, carry off stuff, is that there is 1 carry on or 2 carry ons and 1 carry off, and they play 3 Lycoris, when instead they can just play 2 Lycoris because you just have to cast a carry on 1 time and then a Dense Robert. Gotta commend them for going 3-4. Yeah, that's actually pretty cool. I think that speaks to the strength of the Lunar cards themselves and just how good they are, because even these lists that we look at and we're like, what in the hell is going on here? They're still winning games. Even if they have negative records, they're still winning games. I think that just speaks to the strength of the cards themselves. Okay, here's the one thing that I've found tying these decks together. These are all Dense Rob decks. Like, almost all of them. Hold on. 1, 2. This one was the aggro. 3. Yeah, so 3 out of these 5 are Dense Rob decks. So that is probably a better classification for a lot of these, but I don't mind having them all lumped together. Funky dude math, yeah. That's another common trend. This one is doing the same thing as that other deck where it's playing a bunch of fake Alestrals. Wait, is this... This is the same deck list. Wait, this guy's also on one Spectrus. Hold on. 2 people signed up with this same fucking list. With the one Spectrus, 7 dudes. Oh my god. These must have been friends. Like, this must be 2 friends where they cooked this together. Maybe it was, like, performing well at their locals or something, and they signed up with it. And then they went outside their local environments. Those win 3-4. That's awesome. Yeah, that is kind of awesome. Think they're onto something? I mean, like, there is a concept here. Like, Wirt's testing partners, maybe? Yeah, it has to be. Or, like, they go to locals together or something. I think that there is something to be said with Alestrals, especially being in this early state, is I think that a common, I don't know if I'd call it like a trap, but a common trope, I think, is people play their games at their locals, and they might see success with a deck that is very unoptimized, very not good at their locals. And because they only play at their locals, they have convinced themselves that their deck is actually good. And then they play in a premiere, and like, this isn't unique to Alestrals, this happens in every game, but I think that this stuff, I think, is a little bit more prone to happen on Alestrals because Alestrals is still pretty small, and so it's more likely that they play against people who don't know what they're doing than people who do know what they're doing. They show up to a premiere, and then they play against people who, like, only play in the premieres. They may not have a locals, and they get hit with, like, the 1-2 punch of, oh shit, maybe this isn't actually good. And, like, I can talk about that, like, from personal experience with stuff like Pokemon, for example, right? Like, I've played, like, Pokemon VGC, and, like, I think every time I go to, like, a Chicago, like, tournament, or in the past when I was playing, I would get top 4 or top 8, like top 8, top 4, whatever, right? With a team, like, I'd do fine. And then I would go to a regional, like a Pokemon regional with like a similar team or same team or whatever, and I would get just cooked. And I'd be like, oh shit. But, you know, I'm playing against better players in those environments outside of just like Chicago's not even a bad area for Pokemon VGC. And it's just like, but I'm still just playing against people who are even better, right? So just because something performs at a local level doesn't mean that it would be good at a wider level. And I think that stuff like when we see stuff like this, we have to probably just tell ourselves that's most likely what happened. They were testing in an environment where the players who they were testing against were losing to this, but it might not work against players who were testing in a more competitive environment. Now, moving on to Bug Snacks. Bug Snacks is a deck that I wanted to play, actually. This is or at least like a variant of this is actually the deck that I wanted to bring to the premiere, and I wound up on Lunar aggro because I felt like at the end of the day it was like the safer pick, like the better one. But Bug Snacks, I think, is, even if it didn't like necessarily perform, like I don't know how much of it like did well in this tournament, we'll see the results. I think that this is the other big threat that we haven't really talked about that much. And I think that Bug Snacks is just as good as the Thunder Lunar aggro, in very much the same way how Thunder Nexus and Earth Nexus were the 2 best decks of like base set, Frostfall, whatever. So let's look at Bug Snacks. So this is a 01 Bug Snacks. Ardbud cute. Ardbud is cute. I do love Ardbud. Very interesting. Hold on. This is interesting for the sole reason that they're on Helios in the side. And I can't figure out why. They are falling into some traps already, which is that they're main decking Dense Fog and Toxiri. No clue why. I guess Toxiri is a bug. I guess. I don't think Toxiri is a good card, though. But I think in this deck, if anything, you would play one. So you have the Ardbud for the bug searches. You have Mustache, you have Viscerous, you have the 2-drop. Interesting, no 3-drop and Titan if you're going to play the 2-drop, because I feel like the only reason to play the 2-drop is to get into the 3-drop. But you do see the full Nobby Doppelgator line. Nobby Doppelgator Fulgorix. They're on 2 Gator. I think that's again like same ideas like Penta before, where people used to go 3, 2, 1, but it should have always just been 3, 1, 1, or just 3, 2. So probably some refinements need to happen there. But overall, this looks pretty solid. I mean, like, they got the basic concept down. We see more of this double Gorgon's Gaze thing. I'm going to lean into that being cards I own turbo, but I've seen a lot of people in these past 2 events playing 2 Gorgon's Gaze randomly. Not sure what's up with that. But they also only won 1-drop, so maybe they're just trying to get the prizing and dip. So here we have a 2 1-drop Bug Snacks. It's always crazy to me when I see people drop at X1. Like a positive X1 drop, because like clearly that means that something came up and that they just like decided to stop playing. But this is super interesting. They played 3 Ardbud and Titan and Ardvarum, so they do play the full line. They played Carry Off with no Carry On. They played 2 Toxiswarm, 2 Nobby. This is super interesting. So a lot of this is like similar theory to Hurricane No Water and the last one. Oh, hold on. That's awesome. Yeah, 2 Hurricane No Water in this list, which is awesome. I guess they forgot their water at home. Wait, what? Oh, I'm going the wrong direction. This one is also very similarly on Toxiswarm. This one's on Toxiswarm, which I guess is a bug. I don't really know what the synergy is with this, though. I guess burn card good. But at that point, isn't Toxion also a bug? Why not just play Toxion, and then you can bump up your Thunder ratio and play Elichick? Is that Ardbud is not an insectoid? Yeah. Ardbud not being an insectoid is kind of bad. But I think Ardbud good card. So interesting to there's some like interesting things here, but I think we do see a lot of the times that a lot of these ideas are a little underbaked when they don't perform well, but it doesn't mean that the idea itself is bad. Toxion hard to find. I guess that could be a cards I own moment. So let's see. 4-3 Bug Snacks. Here we do see the Toxions. This actually is very similar to the previous deck list. So maybe these might be testing partners or friends, because they're playing very, very similar decks with minor changes. Like this one, for example, is playing a dense Robert. This one plays a Zeus instead. This one plays Toxion. This one plays Toxiswarm. This one plays Elichick. This one does not. So we have Antitans, Shadow Sand Titans. This one does remember the Water Spirit, and has the Wind Spirit. So if I were to guess, these are probably friends. We're not testing partners. Wait. So do you mean to tell me that somebody else, independent of you, that you do not know, landed almost on an identical deck list to yours, but made it look like they ran out of money? Because if so, that's awesome. Log posted his list a lot. Oh, that would explain it. If you're posting the list a lot, then somebody probably copied it and just Blossom Nuance. No Lunar Core though. Okay, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, cool. And that was the highest performance. There's only these 3 bug snacks in the tournament. So this one performed the best. So shoutouts to Log. And none of these, I think, actually are even remotely close to the list that I would run for this deck. So that makes me want to play this deck even more now. But changes a few things. Yeah, exactly. These are very, very different. But the same concept is there. I think that Ardbud being able to search stuff like the Nobby line, Viscerus, and Spectrus is all super good. So I think that alone merits this deck existing. I do think that there's some stuff about this deck that there's things to do with the Ardbud strategies that people aren't doing that I think is actually crazy. There's one more. Oh, the one that topped. Right. This is an 0-2 Pen Terror, so we have a Pent, 81st place, 0-2. On 2 Vis, 3 Eddy, 2 Galaxy. This is just very standard Pent. This one is on Aeolus, though, which we talked about earlier. It's on an incomplete side deck. Unfortunate. So this might be a little cards I own turbo, but Aeolus, bad card, unfortunately. Then we have 2-5 Pen Terror, Winjin. Oh, dear God. With Circle the Sky. Oh, dear God. What the fuck is this? There's Carry-Ons, 1 Astrabbit. I mean, this is clearly cards I own moments. Because this looks like a Penterror starter deck, plus some cards that they might have been handed from a bulk binder. One Thunderstorm, 2 Tornado, Circle, yeah. There's Circle the Sky, 1 Nog, 1 Laurels. I'm going to assume that this is a player that bought a Penterror starter deck. They also don't have a side deck. They bought a Penterror starter deck, and they were given some cards out of bulk. That's what I think happened. This Pent started with Shatter Stars. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's exactly what this is. Wait, no. Because Wind Shattered Stars had not come out at the time. Wind Shattered Stars only just came out. And that came out after the tournament. I still don't even have my Wind Shattered Stars. But yeah, this is clearly a new player. Here we have a 4-3 Penterror. This one looks pretty solid. This is double Vis, triple Spec, so we got the Bug Bros. If you're in Texas, you got it before. Okay. So this is someone from Texas, then. They may have gotten it in time. Well, I'm Midwest. I still don't have mine, so I don't know what's up with that. We got the Edwards. This looks pretty solid for Pent. We got the 1 Hydrake. We got Follicane. That's kind of interesting. Honestly, I think the worst part about this deck is just the Penterror Follicane stuff. Everything else here seems pretty good. I think if you're going to commit to playing Pent, you have to play 3 footballs, though. Because otherwise, it's not worth playing the bricks for just the one of. Also, the Follicane's weird. Because this is only... This is... I guess it's 19 dudes, but, like, still. You probably could have fit in some other good cards instead. Yeah. I think that's about all I have to say about this. Decent list, though. This is probably the best list I've seen. Wait, what? Oh, I just scrolled backward. This one's 5-2, though. Hold on. Is this literally the exact same list? No, this is a very similar list. Okay, so this is similar to what I said. If you're going to play Pent, you got to play the football at 3. So there's 3 footballs, no Aeolus, which I do like. Only 1 Hurricane, though, which I do think is psychotic. I think Hurricane good, and I think it's especially good if you're playing something like Pent. So 1 feels bad. They're siding the Nobbies. So interesting to see that they're on the right track. Pent, Hurricane, Nobby Hurricane, not enough Hurricane. Needs more Hurricane. But I think that there's a real world where you play like Pent, Nobby, Hurricane, aggro. Like Pent, Hurricane, Nobby, aggro actually seems crazy. Me only own 1. Oh, I see. Okay, so that's a cards I own moment. But this is solid for the idea of Wait, Ari, did I play you in this tournament? Because I just noticed the one spirit Warmite, and I think I played against a Penter that had a 1 spirit, like 1 fire spirit for Warmite thing. Hella bricked against you. Ah. Okay, so for cards I owned, I think we played like round 2. This is like the second opponent that I played against in my first 3 rounds that I cooked. I was like, oh, okay, free win, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And then I come back, I look at the results, I'm like, oh my God, they cooked. That's awesome. Yeah, so congrats, Ari. But yeah, I think, unsurprisingly, this one is built a lot better, and I think performed a lot better as a result. I think there's some cards I own turbo, but I think what I would want to see in the future, I'll challenge any of the Pentair enjoyers out there, is to run a Pentair deck that plays both Nobby and Pent in the main deck with like triple Hurricane. Because I think the idea there is you just Hurricane your opponent's life savings away, and then you run out a beat stick that turns into a bigger problem, and like how are they going to deal with that? Water Reanimator. Jesus Christ. 2/5 Water Reanimator with Typhlant. That's really surprising to me because I feel like this deck's actually really good. Like low-key, I actually think this deck's really good. We do see stuff, but like I think the problem with this deck and like, or like this, at least this deck list, we see the cards that I keep saying I feel like are really bad cards. We see Drops of Leaf. We see Nog. No back row. It's doing all of the things we told this deck not to do. 7 Ascensions. Yeah, 7 Ascensions. No back row. Nog. Drops of Leaf. It's doing all of the things wrong that it's not supposed to do. But I do think the Typhlints are really cool. Too many Tadpuff. I think the 3 Tadpuff is okay in this deck. Like, I think it's fine because the only way that I ever lose to this deck is they have like Tadpuff into like Lockagon or Distillery plus heal card all in the same turn. I think that that's like okay to do. I think the problem with this deck is it doesn't play any real cards. Like, it doesn't play any real back row. It doesn't play like it's just like, why the fuck is there Golden Apple of Discord in this deck? Why the fuck would you play that? Like, just play real back row. There's like 7 cards in this deck that if they were Gorgon's Gazes, Shield, like PTA, Tsunami, fucking whatever, this deck probably would have gone 4-3 at least. Like, it's really just these draw cards and these like wasted spirit cards that drag this deck down. And it drags down decks like Blizztrix that don't play it. Like, it just really drags these decks down and makes them less consistent and less able to pull off what they want to do. Sure, it might be like more powerful if it pops off, if it has all of the cards it wants in its hand because it just drew through its whole deck. But like, the problem is it's so expensive that if you just don't hit all the cards that you want, you lose on the spot. And I think that's the problem with this deck. 9% sure this was on clear on Caleb's list. That doesn't change my assessment of the deck. Because we are assessing the decks, not the players. So this is again Water Reanimator Crocodile. This one also went 2-5, but it is playing back row, which you like. However, it's playing Chronodile. Also, we see that this deck is cutting some of the staples. Like, there's no Earthquake in this deck, which feels unfortunate. And I think the problem with Chronodile is that it's just a worse Oistillery at this point. Because the Oistillery pops a card on a 2-drop, and doesn't require you to play all this weird setup, whereas Chronodile requires all this weird setup. It's also doing the things that we've talked about before with Chronodile, whereas if you're playing Chronodile, you just play Chronodile. You just play 3 Chronodiles. You don't play Sundial. You don't play Nomadial. You just play 3 Chronodiles, and you draw into it with like a Plucky, and then you just go Plucky, search. You play like 3 Plucky. You go like Plucky, search, Poseidon. You set back row to protect it. Next turn, you go Poseidon into Nomadial, or into, not Nomadial, straight into Chronodile, and then you start popping cards. And that's all you have to do to get Chronodile to be scary, and just Chronodile players never do it. Here we have a 3/4 Water Reanimator 5s. So this is again playing the Water Reanimation strategy. Did a little bit better, but oh look, it did better, and it's playing back row, and it's playing staples. Big surprise. When we put good cards in the deck, they perform better. When we don't troll with draw cards, the deck performs better. No surprise there. Weird that they're playing Bubbloon, though. That's very Dimax pilled, so Shadow's Dimax. So they have the Bubbloons on there as their war leaders. And then they're only playing 1 Kiribis, 1 Lakagon. I think that this is very similar to, or not, I'm thinking about this the wrong way. I think this is close in my head to what I would want this deck to look like, but I think you actually cut some of the staples from this list to put in a little bit more gas for like the Ascensions, and then like some more of the heal stuff, and then this deck feels crazy. Because like this isn't Water Reanimator actually at all, because there's no Rise from the Ashes. Right? I guess there's Rise from the Depths. I guess that counts. But I would just call this Water 5s. Like, this is just Bubble Beat. If I looked at 57th place yet, I have no idea. I don't pay attention to what the placements are. So you'd have to tell me what the deck was. Can we call a deck Reanimator when it's only on 2 identical Monster Reborn, nothing else? I don't even think that's an MTG thing, because I just made the same comment. I don't think this is Reanimator. This is just Bubble Beat. Like, this is just a deck that has a Reborn card in it. That doesn't make it a Reanimator. I think that Law probably just put it here because it's closest to Reanimator. Because are we really going to create another category for Water 5s? No. But, like, is this deck Water Reanimator? No. Yeah, this isn't Water Reanimator. This is Bubble Beat. This isn't Water Reanimator. This is a Water Reanimator, kind of. Yeah, I call this one Water Reanimator. So this one's on the Schnark Joblin line. I guess. I don't think those really belong here. It's only on 2 Foamy. Doesn't feel that good. Because I feel like this deck wants to be on 3 Foamy. It's only on 1 Oistillery, 1 Lakagon, 1 Draking. What this deck really feels like is they didn't know which of the Water Ascensions they liked the best, so they just played all of them. But it did perform a little bit better because it played some back row, so theory stands. And then 5s. So I think that speaks to the Water Reanimator stuff. In both of the recent tournaments, we did not see a single positive record Water Reanimator, so I feel extremely vindicated because I've been saying since inception of that deck that it seems very bad. That this deck just seems very, very bad, and I don't know how it performs. And come to find out, Moonrise comes around, 2 tournaments in, not a single one of them had a positive record. So I feel very vindicated in saying that I think that deck might be bad. But I think with a better list, I think it can still perform like decently. I think that list is the one I've made and put on the Play website. There's no way. That might just be confirmation that people do troll those deck profiles and then just queue up with them. That's awesome if so. Because I've always wondered if anybody ever copies those decks and just like enters with them. Like if they don't know any better. So then here we have Infornax Win. Shoutouts to Dimax. So Infornax, cool card. You can expend Win in order to bounce a card that your opponent controls to their hand, which I think is really solid. It's just kind of like shield for 1. So cool removal. But also if you cast an Celestial or a Rune with at least Fire and or Wind, you can give this Infornax +2. So the idea is Infornax is always a 6 because you play something on your turn, it goes up to 6. On the opponent's turn, you play a card, it also goes up to a 6. My only problem with that theory is that anything that you would cast on the opponent's turn would protect the Infornax. Literally any card that you would cast on the opponent's turn already protects Infornax, which means that those extra 2 attack points don't actually mean anything. Because they're not going to attack anyway. It's cool, though. Like, I think the only place where that would come up is specifically, like, your opponent plays... what's it called? What's the 7? Asprowl. Your opponent casts Asprowl, and then you chain PTA to it using a fire. And then this is an attack. And so it goes up to a 6. They go down to a 5. I think that is the exact place where this comes up. And that's it. Is there another premiere? There's another premiere in 2 weeks. And then we have Dallas. So we have another premiere in 2 weeks, and then we have Dallas in like 4 weeks. 4 or 5 weeks. So, cool concept. But it's basically just 5s with a pig. And is that good? I don't know. Aeola's bad, so therefore Infornax probably bad. Here we have 4/3/5s with no side deck. Awesome. Here's an awesome statistic for you. This deck with no side deck, literally just 5s without a sideboard, performed better than literally every single water reanimator in the tournament. Incredible. It's just 5s. I'm not going to talk about this. Change position. Look at all the Moonrise cards. Oh, wait. How many Moonrise cards are there? None. All right. Let me amend that previous statement. 5s without a side deck and without a single card from Moonrise performed better than every single water reanimator in the tournament. What's the record? 4-3. Here we have, yes! Yes, they played it out. We have a 1/6 Joblin Schnark. Joblin Schnark Dracking. Hell yeah. With 1 Zeus and Defeater. Oh yeah, old ban list legal as well. They did not know that there was a ban list update. Certified JJPM moment. And it wasn't even JJ. That's the best part. So here we have Schnark. This one looks pretty solid. It is kind of doing something that I like kind of suggested earlier, where it's like, I think that Joblin, or like the Schnark Joblin deck, is actually just a better Dracking. I said Kerberos. Can Schnark search Dracking, or can it only search runes? Let me double check. Because I think Schnark can search Dracking actually. We have to check. Let's grab Schnark. Yeah, it can. It says search your deck for a card with enchantment cost water lunar and add it to your hand. So, this is kind of the theory that I have. I think Joblin itself, a little bit of a psyop. But I think that Schnark actually is just a card that goes into pre-existing Dracking decks. Cool to see this person had the same thought. And this is actually a pretty decent Like, it's not optimal. Like, it's not like a perfect Draking deck. But it's better than a lot of the ones that people normally play because it actually plays back row. But it doesn't play the 5 stuff. And that's really where this deck, I think, falls off the wagon. No 5s. And also, there is a Hurricane, but in the side. Something I kind of want to do is I kind of want to play Snark with, like, Snark Draking Hurricane with, like, Nobbies and stuff. Because I think that deck would go crazy. I think Water Aggro is actually deranged. Because, like, you just go 3 Hurricane, and you go, okay, I'm going to Hurricane your board. Like, I'm going to go turn 1, Snark Search, Snark Search Draking. You know, set a back row. Protect my Snark. Next turn, Hurricane all your shit. Ascend for Draking. Kill your dude. Take your dude. Beat you with your own dude. You can't kill my Draking now. Because, like, even if you can beat over it, it can't die while I have your dude. What the fuck are you going to do to me? Like, that, to me, seems crazy that you can just set up your Draking early in the game and then just wait. And then you can even, like, let the Snark die. Who cares? Play a Foamy at any point during the game. And, like, you have back row, whatever. You don't even need back row if you have Foamy. And then you just go Foamy into, like, whatever to, you know, to float. You can Sluggle, heal back everything. Draw for turn. Okay. I'll Hurricane all your back row away. You can't protect your board. I'm going to go Draking, kill whatever's threatening on your board, steal it, kill something else on your board. And then I also have the Nobbies to set that up as well. That, to me, seems terrifying. And that's something I want to try out as like a deck concept. I think that could actually be really, really scary. Sad to see they didn't do that, but the shell of it is here. Here we have change position. I don't think this is change position because there's no Armadon. This isn't change position. This is just Snark again. And this is actually like soft water reanimator because it's on Oistillery and Typhulins and Ivories and Starbit. What the fuck is happening? And 6 counter it? Chat help. What the fuck is this? Oh, I can't look at it. I can't do it. I can't do it. Jank reanimate. Yeah, that's jank and animator. This one's actually changed position though, because this one's on triple Armadon. It has the 3 Sorlet. It has the triple Edward. It has the Snark Joblin stuff. It has the High Tides. Again, not a fan of High Tide. It does have the Rock in a Hard Place, which I think is decent. It has the Counter Rune Suite, but kind of a weaker one because it's only on 2 gaze. What is with everybody playing 2 gaze this tournament? Why did everybody suddenly forget that Gorgon's Gaze is the best card in the game? Incredible. That's awesome. It's kind of cooking, but the ratios are really weird. I think that's a common theme among Alestral's decks that we've seen time and time again, is people come up with really cool, interesting, good concepts, but they just don't know how to deck build, and they have ratios that are weird. They either don't know how to deck build, or they don't have the cards to deck build properly with. Here we have 0-3 drop Fulgorix. Shout out Fulgorix. This one is on the Nobby line, but it has Aeolus with Exaltair and Sorlet. Artemis, which is a trap. Comalis, which cannot search the Nobby line because it only searches for ghost guys. And I think the only ghost guy in the deck is actually itself and Gloombat. It has 3 Dense Fog in the main, but no Toxiri. So not really sure what they're trying to hit with this. Yeah. And then once again, hold on. Once again, we see the football stuff. So before we saw a Penterror that sided Nobby. This time we see Nobby that sides football. Spectrus is a ghost. Oh, okay. I can also search the Spectrus, sure. So clearly something's kicking around in people's head, but both times we see them forget to put in the hurricanes. So I really do want to see a Nobby Pentair like hybrid deck with just like the aggro combo of good aggro dude plus hurricane equal good. So I want to see that. Here we have a 2/3 Fulgorix. This just plays the Fulgorix line in a wind deck. Sure. Wind's still bad though. It's also interestingly playing the Infernax. But we do see the hurricanes in here, but no Pentair. So I think a lot of people are really scared to put hurricane in their main deck. That's something I've noticed is I'm sure it'll change when we get to top cut, but a lot of people seem afraid to main deck hurricane right now. Probably everybody believed the psyop a little bit too much that everybody would just set one counter rune. Little does it matter though, because even if you hit one counter rune with it, you still get your play to go through, which is fine. Here we have a 3/4 Fulgorix. This one is playing, is that Corvuscull? Yo, Corvuscull with Circle the Sky is Psycho. Why is there Solar Spirits? I guess from Windgen. But why would you be on 3? There's some funky ratios here. Yeah, 3 is way too many. They should be on like 1 solar. Circle the Sky Aeolus seems really bad as well. Because it's taking a 2-spirit combo and making it a 5-spirit combo. They cited Luminape. Okay, but Luminape's a water Celestial. So I don't understand. So this is something that we were talking about earlier in chat. Windgen is a solar Celestial because the best way to use Windgen is you go First Light, stack any solar card that you want, guarantee that you get it with Windgen, and then you ascend. And that is a 2-spirit combo. Here we have a Windgen. This is still a 2-spirit combo, or a 2-card combo, because both are 2-card combos, but the spirit cost here is infinitely higher, because you have to go Aeolus, which is already bad, as we discussed earlier in this video, or this stream. We go Aeolus, Search, which is now a 3-spirit Windgen. You then play your Windgen, then you activate Circle the Sky, and then you Nexus onto the Windgen, you draw 1, and then you trigger Windgen, or like you play Windgen, call any card in the game, whiff, unless you get really lucky, then you Circle the Sky, and then you draw a card, and then you call again correctly, then you ascend, then you expend again, then you search a random card. So there's a lot of and then in the second way of doing it, when in the first way of doing it, you just go Windgen, call correctly the first time because you First Light, stack the card, add the card that you want, and then you ascend. That's 1 and then versus 5 and thens. And I think that using the and then theory of is a like combo good is a very good way of deciding whether or not you're overcooking. Because if you have to say and then more than one time, you're probably overcooking. And this is a clear example of overcooking. Circle the Sky, Aeolus Windgen. I'm just going to like go on record. That is like complete dog shit. Do not do that. I'm begging you. Please do not do that. That seems very, 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 very bad. And I think really the thing here is Windgen just bad. I love grabbing 2 of my top 3 cards. Okay, I love not spending 80 million spirits to do that. That's like 2 Ass Rabbits. Yeah, I know, but we've already gone over the consistency theory of why consistency is not as important in this game, and that's actually very neg. Because you burn yourself for so many spirits. The spirits are actually real cards. You're actually generating negative card economy doing this. So it feels like if this was a different game, that might be better. But this is Alestrals, so that's negative card economy. So I'm not really a fan of this. I do like, wait. Why are we on Doppelganger Fulgorix without Nabi? I need help. Rhinosect. All right, we got Rhinosect. This is kind of standard Rhinosect. We have 3 Narp, 3 Rabbit, sure. We have the Scorpion package, but playing 2 Bat, 2 Scorp. It feels like a little bit too much. Those can probably get trimmed. We have the standard Rhinem Rhinosect package, 2 Morlith. High Tide randomly. I don't know what High Tide is doing in this deck. That's awesome. And then we have a Counter Rune Suite that doesn't have... This was me. Okay. Why is there High Tide in your deck? I have to know. I like 2 Bat, 2 Scorp. Okay, Josh likes 2 Bat, 2 Scorp. I prefer 1/1, I think. I feel like I would like this deck if we cut 1 Scorp, 1 Bat, and the 2 High Tides, and then we played like Cryoling, Cryoburn. I think I would like that a little bit better. Or just play more back row. Play more Frost as a package, but then I drifted towards Frost as I tested. I see. Okay, so those might be a little bit vestigial. Okay, that makes sense. I guess I see the vision. You go like High Tide, switch something into defense, and then you go like Lycan Bat, like Scorpion, Pitch Bat, summon Lycan, and then you kill it. Yeah, okay. I see that as an idea. I think it's probably just like best identified as vestigial at this point. Because yeah, I think you could probably cut the High Tides, and then like even if you kept like 2 Bat, 2 Bat, 2 Scorp, I think you could then just cut the Keone and then just put in 3 PTA, and that'd probably be fine. Yeah, that seems fine. Help beats Blizz with Rhino. Yeah, that I see. But counterpoint, Rhinosect already beats Blizz because it can pop it. You can just cast Rhinosect and you can say Rhinosect effect destroy Blistrix. So probably like I understand what you're saying is like if the Rhinosect is just like not played using Rhinymph, but I think that's asking for a lot of things. That's a lot of and thens. This is another Rhinosect. This one's the Rhinosect Cryo Scorch. This one's on Drops of Leaf. Nog. This is actually very similar to the list that we saw at the PNM that also did poorly. And that was also on Drops of Leaf Nog. And I think that, once again, the theory just holds, is that if you ever find yourself in a position wanting to play Nog, wanting to play Drops of Leaf, you might want to just reevaluate the strategy that you're queuing with, because you can probably just do something better in deck building. This is 2/2 Rhinosect. We got, let's see, probably not enough dudes looking at this. Because normally Rhinosect plays like 23 dudes with lots of Ascensions. This one's playing 20 dudes total, but if you take out subtractions of non-dudes, like including stuff like Catarant and Amphrostics, then this deck plays 2, 4, 7, 8. This deck plays 12 Alestrals, and 3 of them are Rhinymph. I've been lost in Warframe. Ah, I see. This is the Sir Tractor self-admission of I got lost in the sauce. Okay, I will move on past that. And those are all of our Rhinosects. So let's move on to Thunderbox. We got 4-3 Thunderbox. Thunder, I guess the worst Thunder went 4-3. So Thunder maybe is still good. This one's on Riceros, Nog, and Boombat in the main. All cards I would generally advise against. All made it into the main. This deck still went 4-3. That's pretty impressive. So I get, but like triple Alter Rabbit is still just insane. Arcolith, good card, insane. We have Race to the Top, Cryoblast, Zeus, insane. This deck just has so much removal in it. Oh my god. 3, 4, 5, no Laurels, but it's in the side. So this deck has 5 removal spells plus burn, plus burst, plus heal. Yeah, makes sense. This deck can still like carry. I heard about him on Riceros. Okay, so that makes sense. Side deck's a little bit wonky. Deck list overall a little bit wonky, but still crazy to see that the worst list 4-3. Insane. 9th place, we got 5-2. I think this was Laura. So this would also be Jess's deck. So we're also probably coming up on top 8 pretty soon. We have the 1 Moss Station. We got the 2 Spect, 3 Edward, 3 Rabbit. We got the Elichick. So all staple 5s. And then we got some, Yaltons for the field. Triple Zeus. We got the 1 Quackle, 1 Toxeon, sure. Triple Spect, Arcolith, Jump Scare, and then just staple cards. Yeah, I mean, this all makes sense. These are all just like good beaters. I think there's like some lack of synergies here. Like Mustation, I'm not the biggest fan of Mustation, or Moss Station rather. Like, it's fine, I guess. I think that there could have been like Nobbies in this deck, I think, because like we're on 5 Lunar for 3 Spectrus, and there's no Nobby in this deck anywhere. Toxiri Dense Fog, I heard that they were on this. I still have no clue why. Like, Toxiri Dense Fog, I just don't understand that. Like, it doesn't feel that good. So this deck live that Riceros walled a Blizz player for 3 turns. That makes no sense. I don't know how the Blizz player did not just pop the Riceros. Just play a normal Liz with Nobby line. Yeah, like, not playing the Nobby line is really strange. I really wish Jess was like in chat to explain this, because these ratios make no sense to me. Like they make sense. Like, I comprehend like double Werepup, Full Moon, Like a Void for, okay, like we'll play this really tight like little Werepup package so I can drop a Like a Void on the board. But I don't understand where's the Nobby? Like, why no Nobby? Why no Hurricane? Why Dense Fog Toxiri at all? Boombat question mark. Yeah, so I'm really curious what they were worried about, what they were like trying to prepare for. Here we have an 0-1 drop Volt Tempest. With this time is actually Gatabolt. This is no longer a proxy, so that's actually Gatabolt on their deck list, and there's 2 of them. Incredible. No Foamy again. Otherwise this looks pretty standard. I do think the Foamies are good in this deck though, so I'm not really sure why there's no Foamy. Yeah. 5-2 Volt Tempest though. This one jumps up quite a bit. This one's on Hurricane. Okay, so Hurricane, good card, as we've established, and it makes sense that you'd want to play Hurricane in this deck, because while this deck isn't a like super aggro deck, it still gets fucked up by Gorgon's Game all the same, right? So whereas with the aggro decks you want to play Hurricane to like get in your attacks, this deck makes a push in a different way where you go, okay, I'm gonna Hurricane, I'm gonna ascend my Rabbit into Griffuse, I'm gonna drop a Zeus, I'm gonna Nexus onto Griffuse, and now I'm gonna have a Volt Tempest on the board, and now you lose the game. I'm going to burn you for 3. I'm going to guarantee that I get an attack in with the Vault Tempest. You're going to take a shit ton of spirit damages. This Hurricane got great value. I would probably be on 3 Hurricane in this deck. I'm not even going to lie. Like, I think 3 Hurricane and Vault Tempest would go crazy. Yeah. I think that would be really, really strong. So I think you can do that and then maybe play like the Foamy line, like fit that in here over something. I'm not really sure what. Maybe over like the Joblin Olympus stuff is just fit in like Nobby, or not Nobby, but fit in like the Foamy line, like plus a big defender, and this would probably go insane. Adam, cool. This was someone who looked at the P&M tops, thought people were actually playing Gadabalt, so decided to play Gadabalt too. Oh, so, well, this is the P&M player. This one is like, aha, I play Gadabalt. And then we actually have 2 Vault Tempests that win 5-2. And then this one is, the only difference here is they're not maining Hurricane. There's no Hurricane in their deck. Which is really weird because you're already on the wind for this deck. Me kind of didn't want the 3rd Hurricane, but don't like Foamy. Oh, see, I think that's crazy. I think Foamy in this deck is insane. But the rest of the, like, all the cards that are in here feel good except for, was there anything that felt bad? No, I guess nothing in here really feels all that bad. I think it's just that I like the Foamies. I think Foamy is crazy in this deck. But I guess with Spectres running around, maybe it's not worth. This is like very, very similar, but this one's just not on Hurricanes, which is unfortunate, because I think the Hurricanes go crazy in this list, or in this deck. I don't like the extra Frost Spirit for the 3rd Crowd Blast. That feels bad. So this is a wasted side slot. Yeah, otherwise very, very similar. This one's just not playing. It's playing like 1 less Joblin, 1 less Olympus, and no Hurricane. What the fuck is this one playing? Oh, it's main decking Laurels, so this one wasn't. What? I'm trying to figure out what's different. Oh, this one plays Eddie. That's why. All right, and then this one has 2 This is Draking. Didn't play PTA in main either. Yeah, no, I know that, but I was trying to figure out why the ratios look different. It's because of the Eddies. This is a 4/3 Draking. This is actually a pretty decent Draking, and this is actually similar to what I was suggesting earlier with the Schnark Search Draking, Protect Draking, and then pop off. Though there are cards in here I don't like the Trident of Poseidon. Trident of Poseidon, especially without Poseidon, makes no sense at all. That's like super weird. So Trident of Poseidon, weird. Nog, not the biggest fan of. Like, it's fine, but I'm still not the biggest fan of it. Corvuscull, very weird, and Boombats are weird, so that's 2 5 cards that I think could maybe get switched out for other stuff. And we're only on 9 back row, so this deck realistically could be on 14 back row, or maybe like 12 back row with 2 other dudes, and this would probably go crazy. So I like that a lot. Fought this round 1. Awesome. It's on the Hurricanes on the side. Again, people just really scared to main deck Hurricane. Got jump scared by Trident. What does Trident even do if it doesn't have Poseidon on the board? Because I thought the only reason to play Trident was for the back row protection, but you only get that if Poseidon's on the field. So what does Trident even do? It's +2 attack, cannot be targeted by counter runes. Oh. I guess. So that protects you from exactly Gorgon's Gaze? Sure. Oh, it's the anti-waxing gibbous tech that nobody was playing. Awesome. Counter rune targeting. Yeah, but there's only like 2 counter runes in the game that target. And like, instead of that, that could just be Hurricane. Like, you want to know what else prevents targeting? Destroying all their back row. Another 4-3 Dragging. So weird that Dragging is suddenly performing decent now that, like, people with actual card collections are starting to play it. This looks pretty solid, actually. I really like this list. This is this is actually very similar to what I was talking about earlier with, like, the Snark Search Dragging. And the Rock in a Hard Place. It is playing Kiribis, which I'm on. It's playing the Joblin, which I'm on. Drac Kid, I'm not sure if it's actually even necessary anymore because you can just hard search the Draking now. Like, I think I'd rather hard search Draking and then just play, like, a better dude in the place of Drac Kid. So I think that there's some things that can be cut, but overall this looks pretty solid. I think that you could just trim some of the fat from this list and like work in like 3 more counter runes, and this deck would be like perfect in my mind. The side deck definitely needs work, but very, very good concept here. Fire Nexus, we got an 0-1 drop Fire Nexus. This looks like pretty standard for Fire Nexus, except it's on Elichic and Hephaestus no Zeus, which I'm not a fan of. It's on 1 Stoke the Forge, 3 regular Forge. I like 2-2 as the ratio better. And it's only on 9 counter runes. So again, this is another thing that we see this at the start of every format, is that everyone always cuts down on their counter runes because they don't think they need them. Everybody's trying to fit in some new like funny cards, some new like hee hee ha ha. And then they always cut all their counter runes, and then they remember that you need counter runes to play this game. So that's kind of an emerging trend. We have Kinleo Fire Nexus with the Argo package in the main again. This looks very standard. I think if Festus is a little troll. No Small Tuga feels a little troll. We have Thunderstorm over Hurricane is definitely troll. Necrolith in the side is weird. High Tide is weird. No Tsunami is weird. But again, this is just, you know, new toy syndrome, I think, in a lot of places. Phosphocell. Here we have an 0-2 drop Phosphocell. Is this just the bow list? I don't think so. This looks a little different. But shout outs to Phosphocell. Oh, and it's siding into Vault Tempest, which is crazy. Too few guys. This is what the fuck? This one's on Hephaestus Bow of Apollo 3-4. That's so weird. But this one's only on the 1 Phosphocell, no Rise. I think the Rise is really what kind of jump scared me, so I would kind of play that. Need a Hurricane. Yeah, a lot of these decks, the biggest comment that we're seeing is where was that? No Larvacell? No, Larvacell's here. There's just a 2 of. This is Solar Ascender. Oh, here we go. Here's the Draco Ray Winjin deck that we've discussed before. Now it's on Aeolus, which I don't like. It's on the Aviolith, which I also don't like. Peegleam, I'm not the biggest fan of. Plucky, I don't like. Helios' Slumber, very, very bad. 3 Apollo is a little bit kooky. Celestleo is very cookie. What the fuck? And Leo Bright. Oh my god, this deck gets scarier every time I look at it. And once again, we are on 6 counter runes. Please play counter runes. Here we go. We have 3 Solar Ascension. This one is also on Winjin. So shout outs to the Winjin engine, which is kind of fun to say. This one's also on Dragalis. It's on the 3 Apollo again. I prefer just playing the First Light over the Apollos, because we're not playing any Nexus cards for this Apollo, so you get no value out of this. Celestlio, kind of weak if you're not playing 20 plus Solar Celestials. Hurricane, again, just the fear. Maybe it's like people don't own it yet, but like it's either people don't own Hurricanes or like they're afraid of like maining it. So I would play more of this. This is me. I went through one then lost out. Okay. But I do like the combo here of the First Light Winjin. I like that a lot. Like, big fan of that. Wish Dragalis was better. I also wish Dragalis was better. I think Draco Ray is good. Yeah, I think Draco Ray is good, but like not main decking the rises for Draco Ray feels kind of sad, because like the big thing that's scary with Draco Ray is you can go Calf Mel at any point in the game, heal for 3, and then you can always rise it back and then ascend, and then you heal for 6. And even though you spend 5, you spend 5 because it's 3 for the rise, 1 for the Calf Mel, 1 for the Draco Ray, you still go net +1 and get a 2-drop on the board, all in one turn. So that's very, very, very strong. But I think the unfortunate problem with this deck is it loses really hard to Spoiled Fruit. And also 3, 8. So there's 8 back row. Again, I think that this deck needs more back row. A very common trend in this, in all these lists that did not perform. Not maining Hurricanes, not playing enough back row. So I think if I was to play this, like, honestly, the top half of this deck looks really, really solid. I think I would just put First Light to 3 and then cut like these 5 cards and like cut a Dragalis. That's 6 cards. And then you can put in like 1 more Hurricane. And then you can just put in back row to fill the rest of the spaces. And this deck looks like almost perfect. Yeah. I think that that's just how I would update this. And I guess like trying to work the rises into the main. You don't need 3. 2 is probably fine. One-offs. All right, that means the top 8 is soon. We got a Bronaglow. Oh my God, it's Mono Thunder Bronaglow Turbo. I think we saw this at the last premiere as well. No, that one I think went 07. But Mono Thunder. Shoutouts to Mono Thunder. This might be a case of cards I own Turbo. Not really sure. But definitely a very new player, because they're incomplete side deck with, you know, like, why not just main deck the Water Spirits? We're playing monocolor. Why not do that? Volclipse. Volclipse 03. Unfortunately, Volclipse bad, so unsurprising. Because this deck, not only is it playing Ascensions, which are fewer dudes, so like we have to cut all of these guys as dudes, so that's -4 dudes. We're on 12 dudes, and 3 of them you play sideways. 1 of them is Joblin, which we've already discussed being bad. And then we play all of these fake cards. Like, all these lunar phases are fake as hell. And then there's 6 back row in this deck. And then we're siding into 5 Solar Spirits, which is way too many for 2 Calf Mel, 2 Lumaru, 2 First Light, and a Ferrogeist. This should just be 1. Like, you literally only need 1 Solar here. And we have 5, which is crazy. And then there's 3 Nobby, no Doppelganger. So a lot of things went wrong here. But I think the biggest thing is that, unfortunately, the Foxes just aren't very good. 01 Centarbor. Poor Centarbor. Let's see. They do have the 2-seater. They do have the 2 cents. They have the Argo stuff. So this looks pretty well constructed. They have this. This might be a net deck. I don't remember. But 01 drop. Unfortunate. Can't really judge too much because they didn't play out. Random bullshit go. Okay, let's look at random bullshit go at 01 drop. We got 3 Ardbud, 3 Ardvarum, no Antitans, 4 Rabbits, 2 Boombats, Catarant. I don't even know this guy's name because I don't think anybody's... Woolly, maybe? I don't think anybody's ever played this shit. 3 Armadon, 3 Aosdale, 3 Cornucopia, 2 Bloom, an Earthquake, 2 Eruptions, 2 Bag of Winds, 2 Aurora Borealis, 3 Ambro, 3 Alter, and then 2 Argo. They really wanted the prizing. This sure is random bullshit go. Yeah. This, oh. This actually is. No. Hold on. This is. They wanted prizing turbo. How do I know this? Hold on. Hold on. I have give me 1 second. I'll prove to you that this is I want prizing turbo. You guys are all thinking the wrong way. I've cracked the code. Are you guys ready? 3 Ardbud, 3 Ardvarum, 3 Aosdale, 3 Alter, 3 Ambro, 3 Cornucopia, 3 Armadon, 3. How many was in here? Like 2. I'm at 29. 2. What else did they have in their deck? Catarant. It's not like exactly top like first cards you see turbo, but it's all cards where the letters all start with A, B, or C. Like, it's all card. I think the only card that doesn't follow, the only cards in this deck that don't follow the rule are Havacub and Spectrus. But they could have just put the Lunar filter on. And then these would be at top of the list for thing. But like, look, A, B, C, E, A, E, B, A. This is all just Lunar cards. And then they put in some spirits. There's a few E's in main. Yeah, I know, I said that. But this is literally just start of Alphabet Turbo. So this is literally something like I think we can very clearly say that this is somebody that showed up to get their prizing, played the first round, and dropped. Or just gave away the win and just dropped. That's awesome. This is Infernax win box. So this is the Infernax deck that we discussed before. Yeah, this is just a win deck that has Infernax and Aviolith in it. Nothing really too special here. Again, no Hurricanes. So either fear or don't own. Not a lot of back row. Again, the common theme keeps repeating itself. People just aren't on Hurricane, and they cut all their back row for some reason. This is 2/5 mil Salashade. Oh! When a player casts an Alestral, an opponent must send top 3 cards of their deck to the underworld. This one 2 and 5. It plays Torchin. Oh my god, somebody actually entered with Torchin. I don't really know what I'm evaluating this deck on, because this is all just cards that say mill go burr. So that's awesome. I don't know why Golden Fleece is here. That's awesome. This deck is awesome. Oh wait, hold on. No, this makes sense. You Golden Fleece onto a random Celestial, so that if they attack it, you ascend into Solid Shade next turn. Brain. Here's a solar box. This played lots of random solar cards. It's on Sundial and Nomadial, but no Chronodial. Chronodial's in the side. Draco Ray Line is in the side. Gorgon's Gaze is in the side. Solar be playable challenge impossible. We got one player playing Earth Nexus, by the way. I think the craziest thing from this whole tournament is that no one believed in Earth Nexus. That's awesome. And the Earth Nexus that was played is main decking Sprouter and Panacin and Paleoff. This is the Trees Are My Friends turbo. It's also main decking Divine Healing and Spowfruit. It is main decking one Hurricane. I don't know what's up with people. Just like everyone that has been playing Hurricane has been playing one of it. And I don't understand that. It's like, it feels like people are playing one Hurricane because people only bought one box of this set and they only pulled one Hurricane. Like, it can't be that people who chose to play Hurricane just thought that it was only a one of card. It has to be that they did not like have more of them. Like that has to be the case. Cards I own Turbo. Yeah, I think that it falls into Cards I own Turbo category. But still kind of awesome to see. Very creative list. I think it needs some workshopping, but creative, cool. We have 14th place 5-2 Heal Solar with 3 Artemis in the main deck. A random Doppelganger with no Nobby line. One Rise from the Ashes. And we have 3 Tsunamis, so that's 3, 5, 7, 10 back row. 10 back row is okay, but you could fit more in here for sure. Because you're only on, like, a few dudes. Like, why are there Artemis? Why the fuck is Artemis in this deck? This has to be an error. Surely, right? Why is there triple Artemis? But, like, I don't even know if this is an error because this is the second time we've seen somebody on a random Doppelganger. I think in Solar. Why side 2 Solar? This is a very common Alestral's deck building thing where because people see that they side in more copies of a color, they just side more of that color for some reason. So like they're siding more Solar guys into their Solar deck and then they put in more Solar because they're like, okay. I kind of get it though. Like it makes a little bit of sense here because if they're siding out, if their plan is to side out of Artemis, the 2 Solar make a little bit of sense so that you can just like play more of like an effective color. My suggestion for that is let's just not play Artemis because it's bad. It's crazy that this is 14th though. That's awesome. I don't know why Doppel is here. Yeah, I don't know either. Doppelganger being here is weird. Artemis being here is very weird. Oh my god, Brayden lost to this. That's awesome. Why is Artemis in the main then? I don't know. Why is Artemis here? Maybe their thought process was along the lines of, well, Calf Mel, I guess, can heal Lunar, so let me make use of that, like, neat little quirk, I guess. And maybe their thought was, well, I'll just play Lumaru for Lunar, and then I'll jump scare Ascended into Doppelganger, maybe? Or maybe I'll run out Armadon for Lunar. You fought this round 4? Oh, this was my round. Okay, when I played against my round 4 opponent, they did not use Lunar against me. Like it might have been in their deck, but they didn't like. They never played an Artemis, and they didn't Lunar enchant anything. Like when I played against this, it was really just like awkward. I think they like cast out a Draco Ray, misenchanted. Like I think they had Water Lumaru at one point, and I think they ascended over Lumaru into a Draco Ray, and then they attacked my Galaxy, and then they sent it to the graveyard. And I was just mystified. I think that happened. Yeah. Nabi Solar Heals Hurricane seems pretty good. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. Is that I think that there is a solar aggro deck out there that plays like Kathmel, Nabi, plus like the Draco Ray stuff, and it just like heals. And if you want like kind of like a sample of what that deck might look like, it's very similar to what I played against Jess in the exhibition match on the playlist or on the Elestral's main channel. It wouldn't look exactly like that in a competitive setting because that was like a fun exhibition, but the concept's there. Maybe it's Dragalis and they both start with D. Surely they would not enter with 4 Dragalis in their deck because they have Dragalis here. And why would you main deck 3 Dragalis? No, surely not. All right, top 8. We got to 4 Lunar aggro and 1. I fucking knew that Law would get this wrong. So top cut is actually 6 Lunar aggro, 1 Blizzstrix, and 1 Bugsnax. So Dimax was playing Lunar aggro. Even though it looks like a Thunder deck, it was Lunar aggro. And then the Lunar 5s is... Come on. If it's Lunar with 5s, it's... Or I'm sorry, there's a Thunder box. It's 5 Lunar aggro. I'm sorry, I forgot Jess played Thunder. So, it's 5 Lunar... like, the Lunar 5s is Lunar aggro. So it's 5 Lunar aggro, a Blizzstrix, a Bugsnax, and a Thunder. And 3 of these lists are identical. So top 8, we have Adrian. Good to start with him because his list was different. And I think that this is literally the same Lunar aggro that we saw everybody else play in the tournament. And it's doing similar stuff, but falls into some of the same traps. It plays the Pharaohgeist. Pharaohgeist, unfortunately, bad. Not main decking the Hurricane, which unfortunately is just a product of the I guess the theory just wasn't like widespread enough, but the 1 Thunderstorm is still there, I guess. So it should be multiple Hurricanes in the main. Joblin, still bad card. But like this is like standard where like this was, I guess, called like standard Lunar aggro for this tournament. Yeah, the one Thunderstorm is very Adrian. I think he does that like in all of his decks. I think he always plays like 1 copy of it, which is very weird, but sure. Then we have Jess. We have the we've seen this list before because Laura was also playing it. This was also 9th. Only 1 spoiled fruit inside because we lost his other 2 spoiled fruits. No clue where they went. That's incredible. That's incredible. I'm not sure if this card would have come up for him though, because like I don't think I sided it like very much at all. I put it in against the solar deck we were just looking at. I saw it off of a rabbit and I put it back. Like I don't think that card was worth it at all. We've already looked at this list because Laura was on it as well. But this is the Thunder 5s or Thunder box as Law has named it. I really don't get this box stuff because there's no toolboxing going on here. This is just 5s. Like the only deck in the game that should be anything box is Windbox, because the idea is that it's a toolbox. Is that Aeolus, and like you can just play one of all the dudes because Aeolus is the toolbox that gets you there. So like if there's no toolboxing, it's not a box deck. So this is just 5s. This is Thunder 5s. So we talked about this. I still wish Jess was here to explain some of the ratios. Here we have Constellation Gaming This is Bug Snacks, which appears to be very similar to like the deck that I was talking about with Ardbud. It's still a little different than the way I think I would play it, but it's still similar in concept to what I wanted to play, which is just Ardbud search bugs. All the bugs are good right now because you have Nobby, which is a bug, you have Spectrus, which is a bug, Viscerus is a bug, and then he went a little bit further and he even includes stuff like Warmite, which is a bug, and Frostmite, which are bugs, because they're all just removal guys. Like, you can go Ardbud, search a removal, and like Ardbud dies, sure, but then you can remove their dude. So Ardbud is just a really good, he's a really good searcher, really good Stratos for this kind of stuff. So really cool deck concept, very flexible. And I like this deck a lot. Like, there's just a lot of really good bugs in the game, and so Ardbud being able to get you into all of those good bugs is really cool. Then we have Shurit. This is the exact same card for card list that I played in my top 4 list. This was the Lunar aggro. We posted an hour-long podcast going really in depth on this deck with me, Dimax, Shurit, and Justin. So this was our deck. I will hold off until we get to the other ones to go over it more in depth. This is the deck list I've been waiting this whole stream to look at. This is the top 4 Blistrix that I think we technically already saw, now that I'm remembering it. One interesting thing here is that it's main decking Hurricane, but there's no Thunder Spirit in this deck. Now, this came up. I know people were talking about this. I think this is just a minor decklist error. I think that they had to like change something. But there was just no Thunder in their deck list. But they were playing Hurricane, and I think there was supposed to be one Thunder. I think they were just playing the one Thunder, and it was just a deck list, like, oopsie. But I just want to point that out. But we did see this list, and I think the proper version of the list, like, submitted correctly, did have the one Thunder in there, which confirms the thought that it was just a little oopsie poopsie. But yeah, it's still a really solid list. It plays 5 back row. With the 7 back row with Hurricanes in the main, which perfect. I would want to go a little bit higher on back row even, and just cut stuff like the Avalanches for like even more back row, cut the Ambrosias for even more back row, and like probably cut Enfrostics down to 1 because it's searchable. But other than that, like, really solid list. No more Frost in this list, and I think they mentioned that they cut it for conflicting too much with the other summons, and I think if you're if you aren't playing the Morfrost, siding Tadflow, like, sure. I'm still not a fan of Tadflow though, but I guess if you're siding it only when you go first, maybe it like feels okay because you can Tadflow into Morlith. But I still don't even feel like Morlith turn 1 is that good. Like, it's okay. It's kind of like whatever. Too many normals with Morfrost. See, I don't really feel that way because I feel like this deck only has 2 normals. Like, there's only 2 normals in your deck. It's Narpoon and Snowlit. Was mid? Yeah, that's how I kind of feel about that card. I feel like that card's kind of bad. So like, I actually really like the Morfrost because it gives the deck 3 more starters, and like cards that you want to see when you go first. Because this deck really wants to draw a good hand when it goes first. And the only cards that you really want to see in your opener are Narpoon and Snowlit. And like the Morfrost helps with that. And yeah, like, and it lets you, like, if you draw the Morfrost plus the Morlith, it turns Morlith into a card that you can play on the first turn. So like, I don't want to commit anything else, I guess. Yeah. Pretty fond of Tadflow. Is just perspective of make more opening hand real. Well, that's the thing, is I think Tadflow actually hurts this deck because Tadflow is another card you don't want to like draw going first, because I don't actually think that you really want to play Morlith when you go first. Because Morlith is actually really good at removing dudes from the board. So I think Morlith going first is a little bit bait. It's really only good if you hit into exactly Cedar Soar. So I don't like Tadflow into Morlith for that exact reason. I would rather have the Morfrost to search my deck for 2 cards, which are good follow-up on the opponent's turn to like crack anything they do. But also it would let me play my Morlith if I so wanted to. But like I'm not really concerned with getting it out on the first turn. I think if anything, like if looking for cards for going first, if anything it could just be Rabbit. Like siding the siding Rabbit could be something. Into Aspral was additional turn 1 plays. Yeah, but see, again, I would never do that. Like if I had Tadflow Aspral in my opening hand, I would expend to draw. Because that feels infinitely better than going, okay, I'm going to Tadflow, I'm going to Aspral, I'm going to mill some cards, I'm going to summon Blistrix, and then my opponent Laurels me. And then I feel dumb as shit. Because I just spent like 5 spirits putting a dude on my board when like information is at like a minimum. You know what I mean? Like, because your opponent has 6 unknown cards in hand, whereas instead, if they play some cards, you can write off a checklist of what they can and can't have. So I think you really only want to put Blistrix on the board when you have the ability to interact with the opponent. I think just running it out turn 1 typically doesn't feel very good. You just Aspral, no mill there. Yeah, and it still feels stupid. It still feels awful. Because, like, what's Aspral's defense? Is it 4? Like, that still dies to, like, Edward plus, Demeter. Or Edward plus Zeus. It still dies to Earthquake. It still dies to Laurels. Like, it's giving the opponent the ability to like, mess with you. And I'm not really the biggest fan of doing that on turn 1. So that's why I don't like Tadflow, because I think that Tadflow is really only good when the Ascensions are good, and I think the Ascensions are only good when the opponent has cards on the field. Because Aspral being a 7 can beat over something, like beat over any 1-drop. Same thing with Morlith being able to beat over all the 1-drops. Going into the Blistrix when they have cards is great, because then you can pop cards, attack a card. But doing it on turn 1 doesn't feel that good. Not a big fan of that. So that's why I don't like the Tadflows. But I think that just having something that you can like play on the first turn, like something like the Morfrost, just get a double search so that you have follow-up for the next turn, and then it can potentially turn on your Morlith. Awesome. Or you can expend to draw, and then you're starting with like 9 cards in hand. That's awesome. And I feel like that feels a lot better than just like running out a dude, like going -2 to run out a dude that's just gonna get popped anyway. There'll ever be a consensus on this deck? I agree with that. I think this deck has too many variables going on to where it's, I don't know. I think that maybe by the time of Dallas there'll be a consensus for Blizz, and it'll either be a very mid deck or a very good deck by Dallas. Whereas after, they did not play it. They didn't play it, but they did play it, and I think they might have gotten like a game loss or something in Top Cut. I'm not really sure what happened. But this was, I know that this was caught, and we brought attention to that. So this was me. I'm again going to hold off on this. If you need the in-depth deck profile, check out the video on the channel. It's up. It's an hour-long podcast. We go super in-depth on the deck building and how we got to this deck. Because this deck swept. We all played basically the same list, and we all did well. So here's where I start the spiel. Is we finally got to the Dymax second place list, which is that Dymax came up with the kind of like the original concept, or at least he sold us on the original concept. Because in a lot of our testing, Dymax was playing a lot of like we were all like pilled on the idea that Hurricane good card, right? Dymax really liked Navi, and I was starting to really like Navi, and I think a lot of us were starting to really like Navi. But Dymax was like Navi's day one believer, right? And Dymax said, okay, you put these 2 cards together, they beat everything. Because you Hurricane your opponent, you slam down the Navi, you kill something, you summon the Doppelganger, you kill something else, or you get in your face, and then you set your own back row, blah, 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 and you just never lose in that game state. And I think he was like as he tells the story, he was mashing 2 starter decks together to try and see like what a starter deck would look like if you just mashed 2 starters together, and then he just upgraded it a little bit, and he landed about here. And I remember I was testing with Josh because we were testing the Bug Snacks like Ardbud deck, and I was very like sold on that deck when we were testing it, but I wanted to like try and refine it a little bit more to maybe just like an Earth beatdown kind of deck, like an Earth Nexus with Ardbud type deck. And I knew that Dymax had played that against me in testing, like, you know, a week or so prior. And so I hit him up because Josh said that he had, like, a good, like, 5s Nobby Ardbud deck or something like that, like a 5s Nobby deck. And so I hit him up for the deck list. He sends me this. And in my head originally, I thought, okay, well, I'll switch out the Zeuses for Demeters, and then that'll be it, right? That's all I'm going to do. I'll just switch them out for the Demeters. I'll put it in an Equilinx. I'll put in some Ardbuds and Viscerus and Spectrus, blah, 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 and I'll call it a day. But the more I looked at this deck, the more that we came around to our champion list, which was the list that me, Shurit, and Justin played. Justin was 1 card off in the side because I was testing with Justin until like 4 in the morning. I finally pulled him around to like this specific list. But he really wanted to keep in 1 New Moon, so I was like, fuck it, just put it in over the Tsunami, and we're going to bed. It's 4 a.m. And that was how we got here. And really, all we did was we took the Dymax list, and we said, we don't like these Quackles. 3 Zeus seems like too many. And I want to play just like, and like, I don't want another, like, 2 Doppelganger. That feels redundant. So that's like, what, 2... 3, 4 cards we wanted to cut, and we said that's almost enough to play the Like a Void line. So we cut a couple other cards and we fit in the whole Like a Void line. New Moon Broken. Yeah, New Moon Broken. Justin was very close to convincing me to put it in at the last second. Like, I remember there was a point, it was like 4:30 in the morning or something like that, and he looks at me and he's like, what's our out to Pharaohgeist? And I was like, oh shit, I don't think we have an out to Pharaohgeist. I guess the New Moon might actually be good. And then I like start thinking about it, and I remember telling him, it's like, nope, you're not going to do this to me. I'm going to bed. I'm submitting the deck. We'll figure out New Moon space like next week or whatever. So New Moon good card. Maybe we have to go back to the drawing board a little bit on the side deck, because the side was kind of whatever. But the idea here is that this deck did everything that we wanted it to do, which are also the things that we have repeatedly said this whole stream that other decks did not do, and that's why they probably didn't top. And that is, we played sufficient back row. There was 12 counter runes if you count Full Moon, because Full Moon kind of counts as a back row because it mostly just ascends you into a Like a Void, but it also can pair with Nobby to drop spirits or like drop attacks, and it can also pair with the altar to turn it on, so it's like kind of a back row. But we played 12 counter runes, and we main deck Double Hurricane, and we main deck Nobby, and that was everything that we have said this whole stream, and everything we wanted to do, which is you want to play good back row counts, and you want to play Hurricane plus a payoff. And I think that is the main takeaway from this format, these early tournaments. And I'm not going to spoil the podcast too much. Do go check it out if you're really interested in hearing like the full in-depth explanation on like this deck and everything about it. But I would say that the big takeaways here are back row. Please play your back row. Hurricane, really good card. Payoff for Hurricane, important. And Nobby's still good. That was the other one. Is I wanted to play, or not Nobby. Eddie's still good. I wanted to play the Eddies, so I made us play the Eddies in the deck. Because that helps you beat Blizz tricks. Because one of the biggest common themes I had when playing Blizz is that I would get my Blizz tricks on the board. I would put in all this effort to get it out. I would finally feel like I secured the game. and then my opponent with like a couple cards in hand, you know, maybe their last couple spirits, go activate Zeus, target Blizztrix, cast Edward, attack Blizztrix, you lose. And that was something that had traumatized me enough to where I said, okay, this is how we're going to deal with Blizztrix. This beats every other big drop in the game as well, like almost all of them, with the exception of like Antitan and Centaur. They all die to Eddie Zeus. And then we had Zeus Cryoblasts as well. And it all just kind of came together. So I think, but the big things to keep in the back of your head is Hurricane good, back row good, payoff good. So I think as we move forward, what I expect in the premiere in a couple weeks is a lot more people are going to catch on to Hurricane, and a lot more people are going to bump up their back row counts. Because I think maybe another reason why people didn't play as much back row is they were afraid of Hurricanes. You still have to play back row, but you also have to play the Hurricane to respect the back row. And I think we're going to see that moving forward. That the format will become a lot more defined by, you know, activate Hurricane, blow up all the back row, play a card to search a payoff, or like, not to search a payoff, but play a card that capitalizes on the fact that you have a free turn now, and then swings the game crazily in your favor. And I think that there's a lot of different cards that you can do that with. I think there's a lot of strategies available to us, but I think that's where the game is at, is you want to go Hurricane clear into oppressive combo. Is gonna play 0 back row to make Hurricane dead next premiere. Yeah, exactly. Everybody better watch out for no back row Trifernal OTK, because it's coming for you. Or the only back row is Lunar Phase Full Moon, and I'm gonna drop Blazers on you. I'm gonna go double Full Moon onto it. I'm gonna swing at your. I'm gonna Hurricane all your back row, and then I'm going to swing at you for 17, and you're going to die, and it's gonna be awesome. So that's my analysis. That's my wrap up. But it's all pretty consistent with what I expected, which is, yeah. Please play Hurricane. Please play back row. Payoff's good. Any further comments? Like, comment, subscribe. Please like the stream. Please watch the full deck profile explanation, because I know that was kind of a quick top cut analysis, but when 4 of the 8 decks are literally the deck that we have up on the channel, which you can go watch, yeah, there's a lot to save. I have a question. What's your question, Josh? If I PTA a whale, all right, I'm ending this stream. All right, guys, this was fun. Remember to like, comment, subscribe, become a member, because we do have the cool emotes. So consider becoming a member if you enjoy these streams, because it does help us out a lot. And they keep forcing me to do these, and they do not pay me. So please let them pay me. So look at these emotes. I made emotes for you guys. Don't you please? Anyway, bye guys.